Chapter 23:33. Elder Yao had seen the big world. He was a golden immortal who had crossed the tribulation in the lower realm of the immortal world. He had seen countless good things in the immortal world. But even so, Elder Yao was shocked by the local tyrant style of Chunying Palace. 100 top grade, 7 grade, Lingji mushroom jade pills were given to him as jelly beans. Even the water used to send the pills was not ordinary water. It was not even water. It was a large cup of 4C's mysterious coral liquid. How could Elder Yao not know what this thing was good for the body? But which big sect would get these things? They would not carefully use them for alchemy or medicine for the disciples of the sect. Even if it was purely used for drinking, a few drops could wash away the impurities in the body. He had never heard of using a jade cup like a big sea bowl just to wash the medicinal pills into the belly. This was not the palace master's intention to win over this golden immortal master. It was purely to give face to the joint commander and do a favor. To be honest, after this incident, the immortal world's Xuanwu Academy was already the same as the profound heaven sect. Without the spiritual world's Xuanwu Academy, it directly became a powerless successor. The Xuanwu Academy did not have the prestige of the heavenly court like the profound heaven sect, and its decline was already inevitable. But the palace master wanted to do things to the extreme, not only to spend a lot of effort to treat, but also to do the best. The 4C's mysterious coral liquid was based on this starting point. Eating too many medicinal pills at once would be too much, but for the golden immortal who crossed the tribulation, 107th grade Lingji mushroom jade pills were not enough to make him have that kind of regret. The medicinal power was not enough to make up for it. How could it be too much? The 4C's mysterious coral liquid could neutralize the medicinal power of 100 medicinal pills, and there would not be a sudden problem of the medicinal power being too strong. This was a great benefit to Elder Yao's injury. This was clear to the palace master, and Elder Yao was even clearer. Of course, he knew the value of the medicinal pills and the 4C's mysterious coral liquid in front of him. After thanking the head of the palace very sincerely, Elder Yao took these medicinal pills with the 4C's mysterious coral liquid in several batches. At this sensitive time, it was more important for him to recover quickly than anything else. Not to mention how much he could contribute in the battle against the Zhao family after he recovered from his injuries. He didn't have to worry about his safety anymore. The Zhao family would never allow a lone golden immortal expert to slowly recover. Even if it was for the sake of his own life, Elder Yao had to do everything he could to recover from his injuries. As for owing a favor to Chunying Palace, it was a trivial matter. As long as he was alive, he would be able to return any kind of favor. The Joint Command had already begun to send experts into the demon realm to search for the location of the Zhao family's final nest. If possible, they would try to assassinate as many important figures of the Zhao family as possible. Now was not the time to preserve their strength. Any slight advantage could be the straw that broke the camel's back in the future. Although the moment of the decisive battle had yet to arrive, the atmosphere of war was already becoming more and more intense. In addition to the disciples of Chunying Palace, who were obedient and restrained, waiting for orders behind closed doors, the masters of other sect began to rub their hands and wait for the outbreak of the war. At this time, Yang Qin finally finished reading the hundreds of millions of jade slips and walked out of the scripture pavilion. It had been 3 years since the end of the refinement of the tomb. For about 2.5 years of the 3 years, Yang Chen had been reading the alchemy notes in the scripture pavilion without eating or sleeping. Countless research directions and results related to alchemy had given Yang Chen a new understanding of alchemy. It was a kind of bone-deep understanding of the pharmacology of various medicinal herbs. His proficiency in the combination of different medicinal herbs was as if he had been reborn. He had a completely new understanding of every kind of medicinal pill that he thought he had mastered in the past. Similarly, Yang Qin was more proficient in mastering the essence of alchemy in the merit chapter. At least after this new understanding, Yang Qin had a clear understanding of why the merit chapter could effectively control the success rate of alchemy or improve the efficacy of the elixir. No matter how powerful the merit chapter was, in the final analysis, alchemy was still inseparable from the scope of alchemy. It was just that the merit chapter had strengthened a certain direction. In the past, Yang Qin did not thoroughly recognize these aspects, let alone the principles. Now, after the edification of these hundreds of millions of experiences, Yang Qin finally touched the edge. Yang Qin had understood the accurate control of medicinal materials and the proportion of medicinal effects a long time ago, and now there were many new truths. For example, what kind of fire seed was used for a certain kind of medicinal material to stimulate the strongest effect at what kind of fire, which was also the simplest kind of cognition. However, only Yang Qin could do this. Only Yang Qin's yin-yang heaven-burning fire could simulate any fire seed in the whole world. In addition, it seemed that only Mo Chunmei, who had the profound spirit furnace, was the most likely. He just didn't know when his genius disciple would be able to understand this. It was no wonder that the profound spirit furnace would be one of the strongest alchemy furnaces in the immortal world in the future. This alone was enough to make it among the strongest alchemy furnaces. It was very strange that before entering the scriptures pavilion, Yang Chen wanted to find a way to improve the inner sensing pill by learning from the experience of the predecessors. But in the process of learning, he had already forgotten this original intention. The problem was that when Yang Qin did not deliberately ponder how to improve this aspect, several different ways naturally emerged in his mind, all of which could be used to improve the existing inner sensing pill in different directions. Success comes naturally. It seems that this sentence does make sense. At this time, Yang Chen realized the shallowness of his previous alchemy. He really didn't know what to be proud of when he relied on the merit chapter to refine some specious medicinal pills. Naturally, for the refining of the 8th-grade medicinal pills, Yang Chen has now also had a more extensive and in-depth improvement. Only at this time did Yang Chen admit that he was a qualified 8th-grade alchemy master, not just a few dozens of kinds of 8th-grade medicinal pills, and thought that he had reached this realm. After a full half a month of rest, after relaxing with the girls again, when the mood and body were completely calmed down, Yang Chen appeared in the special alchemy room of the Dragon Palace, ready to start refining the improved inner sensing pill. There were already several improvement directions in his mind, which allowed Yang Chen to control and expand his senses. Separate hearing, pain, touch, any direction. This was the result of Yang Chen's learning during this time. Yang Chen did not determine which direction was the best, but planned to try all the improvements in several directions. Chapter 2334. The principle of the inner sensing pill has been directly analyzed by Yang Chen with fine pharmacological knowledge. What medicinal materials and what ingredients will cause the effect of expanding the feeling? What kind of feeling will be expanded? Specifically, how to remove the pain? How many side effects of the original inner sensing pill are not expected, etc. After Yang Chen reanalyzed the pill recipe, he understood it clearly. Of course, this is only a theoretical understanding. If you want to verify it, you still need to refine it to know the specific effect. Whether it is the inner sensing pill or the improved inner sensing pill, it has never been too difficult for Yang Chen. It's just an experiment, so Yang Chen doesn't have to go directly to the level of the 8th grade refining. In fact, in the past, Yang Chen's 1st grade refining was not necessarily worse than the 6th grade refining. Now it was only stronger. Hearing and pain were the main troubles that caused the user to faint and suffer. So Yang Chen had to first remove the efficacy of these two senses to test the effect. Unlike the previous alchemy, Yang Chen felt that when he wanted to do alchemy, he could do alchemy as long as he found a safe enough place. But now Yang Chen seems to pay a lot of attention, not only to the most professional Dragon Palace alchemist, but also to adjust his body and mind, let himself reach the peak state before starting. This was a change in attitude towards alchemy. Alchemy was a more profound knowledge than cultivation. It must not be treated with that kind of sloppy attitude. After thinking about all the details in his mind, Yang Qin began to do it. If someone was watching by the side, as soon as the fire seed came out, they would immediately be able to see the difference between Yang Chen's alchemy and the previous one, and the vast majority of alchemists. Ordinary alchemists are only proficient in one or several kinds of fire seeds. But there must be only one kind that can become the life source fire seed. Yang Qin is the same. There is only one kind of life source fire seed. But his yin-yang heaven-burning fire can simulate any fire seed in the world. Usually, when alchemists get the pill recipe, they use their own life source fire seed to refine the medicinal pill, unless it is like the broken limb regeneration pill invented by Yang Qin. There are strict requirements for the fire seed quenching medicinal materials. Most ordinary pill recipes did not specifically require fire seed. Yang Qin directly simulated dozens of kinds of fire seeds, and each kind of medicinal material was first quenched and purified according to the fire seeds and treatment methods most suitable for the medicinal material's own pharmacological efficacy. Just this step alone made more than 99% of the alchemists flinch. This was only the most preliminary preparation work. When it came to refining, it was another scene that would make people slap the table and exclaim in admiration. Dozens of the most suitable fire seeds actually appeared in the alchemy furnace at the same time, and when each medicinal material was fused with the other medicinal materials, they played their role appropriately. Everything seemed so natural and harmonious, as if it was supposed to be like that. After the pill was formed and the pill was collected, Yang Qin sat up in a fluid manner. It was filled with a rhythmic sense of beauty. It was so relaxed and at ease, as though there was no difficulty at all. 10 plump pills appeared in Yang Chen's hands. They looked very ordinary and unremarkable. Yang Qin didn't care. Then he pinched one and threw it into his mouth. He sat on the ground and began to close his eyes to feel the effect. As Yang Chen expected, after removing the sense of hearing and pain, this medicinal pill, which was comparable to the 7 revolutions inner sensing pill, still magnified other feelings to the extreme. In the absence of pain, he felt the kind of blood flow in the body, like a river, felt the rhythm of the muscles in the body, felt the friction of the bones and joints. Everything was so clear. The success of an experiment showed that the method Yang Qin thought about was correct. However, it was not perfect to reach this point. What Yang Chen wanted was not only this ordinary perception, but also a full understanding of the various insignificant, subtle wounds in the body. Doing this step was far from enough. The improved inner sensing pill still had flaws, and there were still areas for improvement. When he opened the furnace again, Yang Qin made another part of the improvement. This time he removed the external sense of touch and vision, smell, and taste, leaving purely the internal sense of touch. The medicinal pill was still a success, but some differences were that this time it was not a pill, but a powder. The powdered medicine could no longer be called an inner sensing pill, but it should be called an inner sensing powder. If this scene was seen by other alchemists, they would feel incredible. The dignified 8th grade alchemist master did not refine a medicinal pill, but refined a pile of powder. It was simply losing the face of the alchemist master. But Yang Qin did not think so. Whether it was a pill or a powder, the form was not important. The important thing was what kind of medicinal effect could be achieved. In fact, when Yang Qin became a 7th grade alchemist master, Yang Qin had already understood this truth. The only purpose of refining a high-grade medicinal pill was to increase the confidence of the people who took the medicine. At a higher level, the alchemist master itself gave those cultivators the greatest confidence. As for whether it was a medicinal pill, a powder, or a soup, what was the difference? Just like a master who had reached a certain realm, the purpose of the fight was to kill. So what was the difference between killing with a sword, killing with a knife, or killing with a hand? After taking the inner sensing powder, Yang Qin felt different. This time there was no external interference at all. Only the pure feeling in the body was left. Compared to the improved inner sensing pills, it was a step further. Basically, Yang Chen could feel the subtle injuries in the body, but it was not clear enough. For Yang Chen, this was still some dissatisfaction, but there was still room for improvement. After carefully thinking about why the feeling was not clear enough, and after those interference factors, Yang Chen once again opened the furnace to refine. This time it was even more excessive. The refining was directly a liquid, not a solid. These almost transparent and colorless liquids were carefully collected by Yang Chen into the jade bottle, and then began to experiment. Surprisingly, Yang Chen did not even drink the medicine directly this time, but injected the soup directly into his own blood vessels. In the eyes of ordinary alchemists, this was an absolutely rebellious practice, and even they would hate it. This absolutely lowered the style of the alchemists. It was a complete regression. The noble alchemists were reduced to the lowly realm of doctors in the mortal world. This could be tolerated. What could not be tolerated? Previously, Yang Chen analyzed that the interference with his own feeling should be the impact of the stomach absorption after taking the medicine. After all, it had to pass through the digestive system, increasing the pollution of various body fluids, such as gastric juices and intestinal juices, and the efficacy was not pure enough. Directly injecting it into the blood vessels avoided these unnecessary pollution and fully sent the medicinal liquid to all parts of the body. The effect was absolutely direct and effective. The fact was, as Yang Chen expected, this time he got a satisfactory result. Chapter 2335. At Yang Chen's level. Apart from pursuing the medicinal properties and perfection of the medicinal herbs he refined, he didn't care much about anything else in alchemy. As for whether it was a pill, a powder, a potion, or a soup, it didn't matter at all. Maybe one day Yang Chen would take out a plaster, which would be the best of the best, far from being comparable to some glittering, high-grade medicinal pills. In the eyes of some old-fashioned alchemists, this method of injecting medicinal liquid directly into the blood vessels was definitely deviant. Of course, this was also the reason why these old-fashioned alchemists only had ordinary achievements throughout their lives. In fact, Yang Chen had already used a similar method on others. When Long Quang occupied the body of the dragon puppet and resurrected, the method Yang Chen used was to directly bury the 8-revolution merit Ganoderma jade pill in the flesh of the dragon puppet, instead of letting him take it. The reason was actually the same. The difference was that at that time it was still more traditional, using a shaped medicinal pill, unlike now, which directly used a pure medicinal liquid and directly injected it into the blood vessels. Relatively speaking, the method used by Long Quang at that time was much less efficient in activating the medicinal effect, and there were also many drawbacks. After all, directly absorbing the medicinal effect in the flesh and blood was different from delivering it to the whole body through the blood. Not to mention the effect of evenly delivering the medicinal effect. Just being able to spread it throughout the body was completely incomparable. This was also the reason why Long Quang had to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time after waking up. However, at that time he could only do so. The dragon puppet's vitality had already been lost, and its blood had already accumulated into a coagulated blood clot, unable to play its intended role. At that time, that method was actually very suitable. At least, Yang Chen was now aware of the benefits of directly injecting the medicine through the blood vessels. The feeling came in pieces, starting from the blood vessels where the medicine was injected. The touch inside the body continued to spread and magnify along the blood vessels into the heart, and then spread to all parts of the body. The entire interior of the body was in Yang Chen's perception. This feeling was very novel. It was as if Yang Chen's divine sense had thoroughly penetrated into his body, or as if there were eyes everywhere in Yang Chen's body. In short, as long as the blood could reach, Yang Chen could see everything clearly. 5 viscera and 6 bowels, blood vessels, muscles, tendons, fascia, and even bones and marrow. Yang Chen could see them all clearly. This was a clearer feeling than any other time he had inspected his body. At this moment, Yang Chen had even forgotten his original intention of refining these medicinal liquids, and was completely focused on observing the internal situation of his body. The circulation of blood, the contraction and relaxation of muscles and fascia, and the squirming of internal organs all presented a brand new world to Yang Qin. In the past, when he used the 5th grade inner sensing pill, at most he could only perceive the slightest micrometer level of the situation in the body. How could it be like now it had reached the point where even the smallest capillaries in the blood vessels could be detected? In the past, Yang Chen thought that the feeling that the 5th grade inner sensing pill gave him was already subtle. It was estimated that the vast majority of cultivators also thought so. Being able to perceive the slightest details in the body, how could it not be called subtle? But now it seemed that it was a joke. After waiting for Yang Chen to thoroughly understand the situation in his body, the effect of this time had almost passed. After a day's rest, Yang Chen once again injected himself with a colorless and transparent medicinal liquid he named the internal sensing liquid. When he focused on understanding the damage in his body this time, Yang Chen found that his body was almost densely covered with small cracks that were too small to describe. When he saw this, Yang Chen couldn't help but show a wry smile. He thought that his golden body secret art was strong enough and perfect enough, but he didn't expect that there would be so many subtle scars. Of course, some of these scars were caused by the heavenly tribulation for a long time, but this still had a lot to do with his golden body secret art that was not perfect enough. Another thing that surprised Yang Chen was that he did not find anything related to the golden bell when he inspected his body this time. Was the golden bell not in his own body? But he had clearly refined the golden bell into his body, hadn't he? After thinking about it, Yang Chen could only explain it with one reason. That was, the effectiveness of the internal sensing liquid used now was not enough to allow himself to explore a more subtle realm. Only this explanation was reasonable. After all, the internal sensing liquid used by Yang Chen now was only refined by Yang Chen once. In ordinary alchemy terms, the 1st grade internal sensing liquid. Even if Yang Chen's 1st grade internal sensing liquid could match the 7th grade refining of other alchemists, it was only at the level of the 7th grade. It was excusable that he couldn't explore a more subtle realm. There was still some refined internal inspection liquid left, and Yang Chen did not waste it. After exploring all the subtle scars on his body, the medicinal properties of the internal inspection liquid were still there, and he once again cultivated the golden body secret art. In this golden body secret art cultivation, Yang Chen also deliberately repaired it, and at the same time corrected some of the ways of the golden body secret art in a small range. Only Yang Chen could still take into account the correction of the cultivation method under this kind of internal observation. After all, the golden body secret art was also created by Yang Chen after integrating the 100 schools. The effect of repairing while watching was very amazing. It was completely different from the previous large-scale and all-round nourishment of the meridians that Yang Chen used to know. The efficiency was much higher when it was targeted. Of course, Yang Chen didn't cultivate day and night. He had now completely reached another realm, with a degree of relaxation and reasonable distribution. He could do many other happy things every day, and he didn't have to be immersed in cultivation. This was not an urgent matter like breaking through or refining the heavens' tribulation. Yang Chen didn't need to stretch himself to that point at any time and place. In the same sentence, cultivation was a happy thing, not boring. The women found that Yang Chen seemed to be a different person after coming out of the scriptures pavilion. Every day, in addition to the fixed time of cultivation with everyone, at other times, Yang Chen took turns to accompany the women and do something they liked with them. Everyone had their own hobbies, and the same was true for Yang Chen's wives and concubines. What surprised them was that Yang Chen would accompany them to do what they liked every time. Whether it was music, chess, calligraphy, painting, or tea, wine, and food, Yang Chen would accompany them. Of course, the most important thing was that Yang Chen personally accompanied them to do these things, and always let them spend every day in a relaxed and happy manner. Just after consuming the remaining 80% of Yang Chen's medicinal liquid, Yang Chen had repaired all the subtle wounds that could be observed now. During this period of cultivation, there was nothing unusual about it, but Yang Chen gave people a feeling of infinite vitality. Chapter 2336. Obviously, the internal inspection liquid was a success, but it was not very successful. Next, Yang Chen still burned incense and cleaned his hands. After making enough preparations, he once again entered the alchemy room of the Dragon Palace and prepared to refine the high-grade internal inspection liquid. Now Yang Chen has understood why the alchemy room in the Tishita Palace and the alchemy furnace were so powerful. Every time he refined a pill, he had to prepare for a long time. That was the attitude that a real alchemy master should have, not the half-bottle vinegar idea that he thought before. In the past, Yang Chen thought that these were nothing, using ordinary materials and ordinary alchemy furnaces to refine excellent medicinal pills to show his level. But now Yang Chen has completely changed. Sometimes, things are far from as simple as they seem on the surface. Good medicinal materials, good alchemy furnace, good fire seeds to refine good medicinal pills, ordinary medicinal materials, ordinary alchemy furnace, ordinary fire seeds to refine ordinary medicinal pills. This is a good alchemy master. What is returning to nature? What is seeing the true meaning in the ordinary? This is it. Those who want to rely on ordinary things to refine super-grade medicinal pills are whimsical. Even if it is a success for a while, it must be far beyond the average level in some aspect and not a reflection of the real level. For example, the previous Yang Chen was able to refine excellent medicinal pills with ordinary materials. The vast majority of it was because Yang Chen's fire seeds were excellent, his fire controllability was outstanding, and the profound spirit furnace was excellent. Of course, this has already shown that Yang Chen's level is very high. But Yang Chen believes that with better medicinal materials, Yang Chen himself can refine better medicinal pills under the same conditions. A good alchemy master does not want to show off skills, but to be down to earth. Those half-baked geniuses flying in the air, the higher they fly now, the heavier they will fall in the future. Yang Chen also realized this after coming out of the scriptures pavilion and living a fulfilling life with his own women for a period of time. This allowed him to slowly fall to the ground from floating in the air, and he no longer had to worry about problems in the future. Settling down his heart and doing alchemy in a down-to-earth manner, not showing off, not exaggerating, only focusing on a single effect. Soon, the 8th grade internal inspection liquid was produced in a few days. However, it was still just a colorless and transparent liquid. It was impossible to tell how many rounds of refinement it had gone through. At this time, Yang Chen could also understand why most alchemists would only choose to refine pills and not other forms. After all, whether it was powder or soup, it was impossible to tell how many rounds of refinement it had gone through like a pill. It wasn't that the things they refined weren't good, but the people who used them didn't know what was good for them. Elixirs, which could be clearly seen at a glance, gave the user the most confidence and became the final choice for the vast majority of alchemists. However, it was still the same old saying. Sometimes a medicinal pill depended on the number of revolutions, but most of the time it depended on the person who made it. He believed that even if the Tao ancestor took out a pile of medicinal dregs and told others that it was a superior grade medicine, the person who consumed it would be more confident than others who held a 9 revolutions golden pill. At any time, people were fundamental. The medicinal pill, which had been refined by the 8th grade, once again entered Yang Chen's body through Yang Chen's blood vessels. This time, Yang Chen detected a more subtle part. The 1st grade of the internal inspection fluid had allowed Yang Chen to see the most subtle capillary level situation. Then now the 8th grade of the internal inspection fluid allowed Yang Chen to see the cell level and even more subtle internal situation of the cells. This time, Yang Chen not only saw the most subtle structure that made up his body, but also saw the golden bell and the part of the magic weapon. Yang Chen also found that most of his body was still water. This was a novel discovery. If it weren't for his own sensitivity that had been improved by hundreds of millions of times, Yang Chen wouldn't be able to detect it at all. He couldn't believe that his strong body was actually composed of the softest water. Each of those smallest units had a small part of the golden bell. It was indeed the most thorough integration with his own body, so that his whole body was full of golden bells. This didn't cause physical discomfort. He didn't know how the master who first discovered that he could integrate the magic weapon into his body found it. The magic weapon was really the magic weapon. It was actually directly in his brain and spinal cord. No wonder the damage to the magic weapon would affect the sea of consciousness. It turned out to be like this. At this point, the slight cracks on the golden bell were basically mastered by Yang Chen. Logically, Yang Chen spent dozens of days living a happy life with the women, while slowly repairing these scars on the golden bell with the golden body secret art, and by the way, improved the golden body secret art again. In the past, when Yang Chen was improving the golden body secret art, he always had to plan for a long time from the general direction, and then he racked his brains for a long time to find a way to improve it. In fact, the effect of the improvement was only very subtle. But this time it didn't take too long, and it didn't even consume too much energy of Yang Chen. But the effect of the improvement was qualitatively improved. It must be said that being able to see the target of the improvement and the impact was the biggest contributor. In this regard, the 8th grade internal inspection liquid played an indispensable role. In just a few months, the golden body secret art had undergone 2 improvements. One was for the cultivation of Yang Chen's real physical body, and the other was for the golden bell, that is, the universe treasure-raising secret art. After Yang Chen had completely improved and repaired it, even the women who had been with Yang Chen and watched his changes in cultivation every day were a little surprised. According to reason, the little changes every day were the most difficult to see because they were used to it. But even so, they also found that Yang Chen's body was becoming more and more delicate, and even to the point of mutation, and they couldn't help but be surprised. Without asking, this must be because her husband had solved the remaining problems of the heavens' tribulation. His body had recovered, and there was no need to worry anymore. This was something worthy of everyone's happiness. Yang Chen's harvest was not only in the golden body secret art and the repair of the injury. Through this internal inspection, he found that water had a very important role for the physical body. All the most subtle structures in his body were soaked in water, tissue fluid, which made Yang Chen have a higher level of understanding of the use of the water flying sword. For the time being, the water flying sword was a complete flying sword made of dragon bones, but it had the water attribute, not the form of water. Therefore, Yang Chen did not change much in the use of the water flying sword. What really made Yang Chen feel that it was necessary to change was the water flying sword. The body of the water flying sword was the venom of the root of the ultimate demonized demon vine, which was a black liquid. After Yang Chen discovered the importance of water for the physical body, the water flying sword seemed to be able to further increase the damage. Chapter 23:37. Before this, the damage of the 9th water flying sword was mainly reflected in its strong toxicity and severe corrosiveness. Because of these 2 characteristics, the 9th water flying sword was almost invincible. Even the yin-yang heaven-burning fire couldn't do anything to Old Bug, and it was controlled by the 9th water flying sword. Most of the basic structure of the physical body was immersed in water. If the 9th water flying sword could attack this water, I am afraid that the effect would be more direct and overbearing. Whether it was injecting toxicity and corrosiveness into this water or directly extracting this water, I am afraid that the damage to the enemy's physical body would be increased to a terrifying level. Yang Chen has acquired water attribute, spiritual, root, full value. He also has unique conditions in the cultivation of water attribute cultivation methods. After discovering that water is so important, he naturally wants to try to make a breakthrough in the water attribute flying sword. Of course, this kind of breakthrough can't be achieved overnight. Yang Chen also needs to experiment slowly. However, before starting, Yang Qin still intends to let the women feel the power of the internal inspection fluid first. After Yang Chen's personal trial for so many days, Yang Chen also understood that the internal inspection fluid was not harmful to himself, so it was natural to give it to the women. Seeing that their husband did not take out a medicinal pill, but a liquid, the women were puzzled for a while. Did he want everyone to drink this liquid? As a result, Yang Chen actually asked everyone to turn their own life source magic weapon into a catheter and plunge it into their own blood vessels, which was even more incredible. However, the idea of their husband, the women still did not have the slightest doubt and did it. At the beginning, Yang Chen only took out the internal inspection fluid that he had refined himself. He also hoped that the women could perceive the interior step by step like himself. It would be best if they could comprehend something. Even if they couldn't, Yang Chen could give them a little hint. The women were immersed in the powerful effect of the internal inspection fluid and began to examine their own internal organs. Yang Chen also did water attribute experiments while guarding the women. From the mountain river geographical map, Yang Chen casually grabbed a small beast without spirituality. After restraining it, he began to circulate his power on the small beast, trying to control the water in the small beast's body to separate out. It was easy to understand the principle, but it wasn't easy to do it, especially when he wanted to rely on spiritual power to do this out of thin air. It was even more difficult. No matter how hard Yang Chen tried, he couldn't do it without touching the little beast. Of course, if any part of Yang Chen's body could touch the little beast's body, it would be relatively easy to achieve this. After all, the other party was just a little beast without any intelligence. In front of Yang Chen, who was a real tribulation transcending profound immortal, it could not resist at all. Yang Chen couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the little beast turn into a dried corpse in an instant. He knew that the formation of a dried corpse was due to the loss of water in the body, but he also knew that all dried corpses had been formed over a long period of time. Turning into a dried corpse in an instant, it seemed that Yang Chen had only seen it in front of his own eyes. That was after the blood of the whole body was absorbed by the blood demon vine flying sword. However, the current dried corpse was slightly different from the dried corpse whose blood had been absorbed. In order to make a careful distinction, Yang Chen deliberately found another small beast and then gently stabbed it with the blood demon vine flying sword. The two dried corpses were placed side by side, and the difference was immediately seen. The dried corpse that had lost all the blood in its body actually still had a lot of water left, but the whole body was pale and bloodless. Some muscles still retained certain elasticity and looked slightly fresh, but the one that had been drained of all the water was another look. Although it also looked pale, it was not completely bloodless. But this kind of dryness was a kind of complete dryness, a kind of dryness of a complete rupture. Not to mention the elasticity of the muscles. It was almost dry and cracked. It was estimated that it would scatter into a pile of powder with a gentle touch. Excessive blood loss, for a powerful cultivator, may still be able to be saved. In the past, Sun Qingshue's master, Elder Hua Wanting, was tortured by the blood demon vine for 100 years, and all the blood in his body was absorbed clean. In this way, Elder Hua still relied on his strong cultivation base to survive. However, Yang Chen believed that if Elder Hua had encountered this kind of loss of water at that time, I am afraid that the result would be different and there would be no luck. This also fully explained how terrifying Yang Chen's discovery was when it was used in the attack. If he couldn't do it without direct contact, Yang Chen could only think of another way. At this time, the 9th water-flying sword came in handy. Yang Chen didn't touch the opponent, but the flying sword could directly touch the opponent. The flying sword touched the body of the small beast, and the result was no different from Yang Chen touching it with his own hands. In an instant, the water in the body of the small beast was drained, and it became a complete corpse. However, if the flying sword had to touch it directly, relying on the toxicity and corrosiveness of the ninth water-flying sword, coupled with the spiritual power attack of Yang Chen, was enough to make the enemy suffer. There was no need to add such an attack. What Yang Chen needed to achieve was that even if the flying sword didn't touch the opponent, it could make the opponent lose some or all of its water. This time, Yang Chen tried for a long time and didn't succeed. Until the women had already felt the effect of the medicine, Yang Chen could only give up trying. After this internal inspection, the women also found some problems in their bodies. At this point, there was no need for Yang Chen to remind them. All the women were cultivation geniuses, and they all knew what to do. But when the women were about to try to repair it, they were stopped by Yang Chen. Yang Chen also bluntly said that it would be better to cultivate after using the internal inspection liquid next time, and the effect would be better. Thinking of the kind of leisure that their husband had shown these days, the women also understood and followed Yang Chen to be leisurely. After leaving enough internal inspection liquid for the women, Yang Chen entered the pill room again. This time he wanted to refine a medicinal pill that could improve the external senses. With the foundation of refining the internal inspection liquid before, it was easy to improve the external senses. It was mainly the touch and sensitivity of the skin, as well as the sense of smell. He wanted to see if he could intuitively use his own senses to achieve some water-related means that even Yang Chen couldn't explain. As a cultivator, he was extremely sensitive to the spiritual power of the outside world, which was the result of cultivation. But if a pure physical body wanted to feel something from the outside world, it needed a high concentration of something outside. For example, when it was foggy or rainy, even if people were not in the water, they could find that the surrounding water vapor was enough. This was a kind of perception. It just needed a specific environment. In the same way, in some volcanic environments, it was possible to perceive the surrounding fire without relying on spiritual power. This was also the role of external senses. Chapter 2338. It was also a medicinal liquid, but Yang Chen named it external inspection liquid. It was a very low-level name, but Yang Chen was too lazy to use his brain. Anyway, he knew what the function was. As for whether someone would give it an earth-shattering name in the future, it was not something that Yang Chen could control. After sending the medicinal liquid into the blood vessels, Yang Chen's senses suddenly became very clear. Even with his eyes closed, Yang Chen's skin seemed to be able to clearly feel the difference in the surrounding air. This was a completely different feeling from using his spiritual awareness to explore. It was completely his own natural senses, but it was magnified by hundreds of millions of times. Yang Chen deliberately paid attention to the surrounding water vapor. Unsurprisingly, Yang Chen noticed the invisible water vapor around him. These water vapor permeated the air everywhere. No matter how strong the cultivator was, unless he had been holding his breath to keep all the air out of the body, otherwise he would not be able to escape the collision of water vapor. It turned out that as long as the liquid water was turned into water vapor, he could achieve a simple water contact. After realizing this, Yang Chen's confidence in his ninth water flying sword increased a bit. Directly controlling the water vapor in the air, this was not realistic. If there was no interference, it might be possible, but if it was done in a battle, it was impossible. The interference of the opponent's spiritual power was destined to be able to offset his own. There was only one way. That was through his own life source flying sword. The ninth water flying sword was one of Yang Chen's life source flying sword. It had been integrated into Yang Chen's flesh and blood and was almost no different from the original body. Because there was not much black liquid, when Yang Chen used the ninth water flying sword in the past, he was afraid that the flying sword was not compressed enough, for fear that it would evaporate. But now, Yang Chen had to do the opposite and try to attack the enemy with water vapor. Under the control of Yang Chen, a part of the flying sword 9 began to slowly diffuse into water vapor, turning into a mist. Soon, the evaporated part turned into a cloud of black mist, which forced Yang Chen to smile bitterly. The current form of the black mist was too similar to the 9 nether-flying swords' black mist. If one didn't carefully distinguish their attributes, they would probably think that they were the same thing. However, there was still a difference in attributes. The 9 nether-flying dust was dry, while the 9th water black mist was wet. In the black fog state, Yang Chen was still able to control it very well. After all, this was Yang Chen's natal flying sword. However, compared to the liquid state, the black fog was much weaker. After all, his condition had changed. This was normal. Manipulating the black mist, Yang Chen easily sucked a small beast into a mummy. This fully proved that the method was effective. However, there was a small problem. With just a glance, one could tell that this black mist was a very ominous thing. No cultivator would allow the black mist to envelop their body and come into contact with it, unless they were a fool. The black mist was still very toxic and corrosive. However, it had turned into water vapor. Compared to the liquid state, its might was reduced by a lot. Moreover, it would also cause the enemy to be on guard. The gains did not make up for the losses. Next, Yang Chen only tried to separate the water from the Flying Sword 9, leaving the toxicity and corrosive properties in the Flying Sword. The rising water vapor only contained the purest water vapor. Like this, who would be able to find out that there was a problem? However, even the purest water vapor had gone through Yang Chen's tempering and refinement. It was a part of the Flying Sword 9. As such, he could still control it with ease. The invisible and colorless water vapor came into contact with the small beast and successfully turned it into a dried-up corpse. At this point, Yang Chen's experiment was successfully completed. There was a benefit that Yang Chen did not think of. The black mist was even more toxic and corrosive, making the power of the flying sword even greater. However, at the same time, the separated water vapor had also turned into a kind of invisible and terrifying weapon. During the battle, it would silently permeate the surroundings of the enemy and extract the water vapor from the enemy's body at any time. This kind of attack was simply impossible to guard against. Who would have thought that the seemingly inconspicuous water vapor would be a fatal killer? However, the power of the water vapor alone was still not enough. After all, it was the body of the enemy cultivator. Under direct control, it was far more direct and effective than Yang Chen controlling the water vapor to absorb it from a distance. If there was a big gap between the cultivation level of both sides, then perhaps it would be effective. However, if the cultivation level was similar, then this kind of invisible attack could only dehydrate the enemy a little. For an enemy of Yang Chen's level, the effect was almost negligible. However, there is no absolute in this world. No matter how small the injuries accumulated, it would still be very dangerous. If the two sides fell into a stalemate, this slight weakening of the other party's injury would probably be a life-saving talisman for the enemy. As for being directly attacked by the 9th water-flying sword, it was estimated that the consequences were more serious than being attacked by the blood phantom vine-flying sword. At this point, Yang Chen's research in this regard had come to an end. He had gained many benefits and added a brand new elixir. Yang Chen was very satisfied. The women had successfully repaired the old injuries inside their bodies with the help of the first-grade internal inspection liquid. Before they could take a break, Yang Chen gave them the 8th-grade internal inspection liquid. Everyone thought that they had enough understanding of their bodies before, but after using these internal inspection liquid this time, they found that their understanding was far from enough. Their husband could always surprise them again and again, and this time he did not let them down. After trying the power of the 8th-grade internal inspection liquid, the women finally knew where the feeling of health and vitality that their husband had shown before came from. What surprised them even more was that they thought that their own cultivation was very good and there should be no problems in their bodies. But under the first-grade internal inspection liquid, they still found many subtle old injuries. They thought that this was the end. As a result, under the 8th-grade internal inspection liquid, they found another batch of old injuries hidden deeper, which made people feel cold. It was inevitable that there would be such subtle injuries in cultivation, but before that, everyone had no particularly good solution. They could only improve their cultivation base or use various elixirs to repair, but sometimes these two methods could only solve the superficial problems. Their husband's internal inspection liquid was the best elixir that really let everyone understand the true situation of their bodies. Even if the method of medication was so unconventional, as long as it could work, what difference did it make? The women had just repaired the seen wounds. Before Yang Chen could promote the internal inspection liquid, Brother Li Cheng rushed back from the spiritual world. Seeing the situation of Yang Chen and the women, even Brother Li Cheng couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't even care about what happened in the spiritual world, and directly asked Yang Chen what he did to cause such a change in everyone. He hadn't gotten an answer yet, but at this moment, even Brother Li Cheng had to admit that the younger brother he recognized seemed to have walked ahead of him in some aspects. Chapter 2339. However, at this time the only answer Brother Li Cheng could get was that Yang Chen had recently refined 1 or 2 new medicines. After all, Brother Li Cheng's entry into the demon realm was the most important thing. Everything else could be put aside. But from this answer, Brother Li Cheng seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were full of splendor. The answer he heard just now was to refine a new medicine, not a new elixir. There was still a big difference between the two. For an alchemy expert like Brother Li Cheng, he could hear the clues from 1 or 2 words. Although it was hard to resist, Brother Li Cheng also knew that business was more important. So he first told them the results of his exploration in the demon realm. The Zhao family really had extraordinary ambitions for the demon realm. At least, Big Brother Li Chen had discovered that the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao family had already refined a part of the demon realm from another direction, and was a very large part, almost close to half. As for the Zhao family itself, as everyone expected, the Golden Immortal experts who were injured after the battle at Shintian's sect were recuperating. Looking at their recovery progress, they would probably recover in a few years. What puzzled Yang Chen was that the Zhao family was not stupid. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hide in the spiritual realm for so long. However, for so many years, they had stayed in the demon realm without coming out. They did not even make the most basic harassment. This was very strange. Even the generals of the mortal world who had never cultivated and had only read military books for a few days knew that they could not give their opponents time to develop peacefully. They had to harass them from time to time and make them anxious all the time so that they could buy time for themselves to recover. This was the right way. The dignified Zhao family could not even know this, right? Just by looking at the joint command, they resolutely sent those golden immortal experts from the lower realm into the demon realm to wait for an opportunity to harass them, even if they did not know where the Zhao family's nest in the demon realm was. Not to mention that the Zhao family had the geographical advantage in the demon realm. The major sect could not move away. Everyone in the Zhao family knew this, so it was a bit strange that they did not send people to attack them. When he asked Brother Li Cheng this question, Yang Chen did not think that Brother Li Cheng would know the reason. But Yang Chen was still surprised to hear Li Cheng's answer. Speaking of this, I have to talk about your fellow villager with the same surname. Big Brother Li Cheng said with a smile, "Are all of you with the surname Yang so skillful?" A fellow villager with the same surname in the same village. That could only be Yang Lan, it could not be anyone else. This was also because of Yang Lan, which made Yang Chen unexpected. I thought it was because the Joint Command surveillance of the entrance to the demon realm was more strict, so they didn't have a chance. Yang Chen smiled bitterly. He really thought so. After all, those golden immortal experts were still recuperating. It would be very difficult for a Xian immortal expert to pass through the entrance of the demon realm under the eyes of at least 2 golden immortals. At best, the harassment that the Zhao family could do was to use the deepest dark children hidden in the spiritual world, or Yang Lan's puppets. There was no harassment at all. What does this have to do with Yang Lan? Don't underestimate that Yang Lan. Big Brother Li Cheng smiled, but there was a solemn look in his eyes. It could make Big Brother Li Cheng have such an attitude. It could be seen that what Yang Lan did was really surprising. When it comes to means, it's not worth mentioning. It's still the old joke in the Xiantian sect. Big Brother Li Cheng went on to say, but his technique is more than one level higher. So far, the entire Zhao family has been kept in the dark by him. When Big Brother Li Cheng said this, Yang Qin basically understood what method Yang Lan used. It was nothing more than using the great unfettered demon heart sutra to control the puppet. It was really a very old-fashioned method. However, Yang Qin absolutely believed that Yang Lan's technique was better than what Big Brother Li Cheng said. This was something that Yang Qin had personally experienced. Compared with the clumsy technique of Yang Lan in the mortal world, the current Yang Lan's technique of using the great unfettered demon heart sutra was really close to reaching the point of perfection. Of course, there was still a little bit left. If Yang Lan could solve the imprint left by some unique techniques of the great unfettered demon heart sutra without being discovered, then he would really reach the point of transcendence. It was normal to think about it. Who was Yang Lan? How could he only attack the masters of other sect in the spiritual world when he was living under the Zhao family's roof and not attack the Zhao family who had more masters? The masters of the Zhao family, who could be contacted almost every day, were temptations for Yang Lan all the time. They were all targets that he couldn't stop himself from doing. He, Yang Lan, was not really loyal to the Zhao family. It would be strange if he couldn't hold back from doing it. Listening to Big Brother Li Cheng's words, it seemed that Yang Lan had already controlled some of the big figures of the Zhao family. Otherwise, Big Brother Li Cheng would not say that. In addition, Yang Lan could control tens of thousands of people in the sect in the spiritual world. He was afraid that there were many masters secretly controlled in the Zhao family. The Zhao family saved Yang Lan and put him in an important position. It was simply leading a wolf into the house to seek his own death. Yang Lan is now very useful in the Zhao family's senior management. Most of the senior management listened to him. Big Brother Li Cheng told everything he saw. It seems that it is also Yang Lan's intention. The Zhao family is now quiet and waiting for the next heavy punch. In this way, both sides were waiting for a suitable opportunity to attack the decisive battle, which was what Yang Qin wanted to see. If all the problems could be solved in one battle, that would be the best. Yang Qin didn't care much about Yang Lan. After all, as long as the puppet controlled by his great freedom demon heart sutra was solved, Yang Lan wouldn't be able to set off much of a storm. What worried Yang Qin was the two dragon clan masters of the Zhao family and the demon realm they refined. Gong Sunling and the third primordial spirit were still refining the demon realm. Before colliding with the two dragon clan masters, they could refine as many lotus flowers as they could. Every time they refined it, the power of the mountain river geographical map would be greater. The situation inside is almost like this. It is estimated that these sects in the spiritual world are also ready for a decisive battle. There is nothing to say. Big Brother Li Cheng said the situation in the demon realm. Of course, he did not forget to tell Yang Qin that he had also used some small means to increase the difficulty of refining the demon realm. With Big Brother Li Cheng's little means, it was enough to delay the progress of the two dragon clan masters refining the demon realm for at least 20 years. This had already won enough time for the sect in the spiritual world to make more adequate preparations. It seemed that the victory and defeat were estimated to be 20 years later. After Big Brother Li Cheng said this, he immediately couldn't wait to ask about Yang Chen's new medicine. He wanted to know what kind of amazing things his little brother had come up with this time. Chapter 2340. Alchemy was not done behind closed doors. No matter how good the alchemist was, they also needed to communicate with their peers and learn from the experience and lessons of their predecessors. Before Yang Chen studied in the scriptures pavilion, he was learning from the experience and lessons of his predecessors. Discussing with Big Brother Li Cheng was part of the peer exchange. If he exchanged a new prescription with the alchemists of other sect, Yang Chen might still have concerns, but with big brother Li Cheng, Yang Chen had no worries. He directly took out all the prescriptions he had studied these days and asked big brother Li Cheng to correct them. Li Cheng took over the series of jade slips that Yang Chen recorded the process of Yang Chen from the inner sensing pill to the internal inspection liquid and then to the external inspection liquid. He looked at it very seriously. This was the record that Yang Chen left for future generations. Even the thoughts that were considered at the time were recorded very clearly. Li Cheng saw that it was not too difficult. However, when big brother Li Cheng saw that Yang Chen no longer took the internal inspection liquid directly, but injected the internal inspection liquid directly into the blood vessels, there was a little change in his expression. It was impossible to understand why Yang Chen did this at the time by looking at the jade slips. Although Yang Chen had explained it very clearly, this was done because he was afraid that the digestive fluids secreted by the digestive system, such as the gastrointestinal tract, would contaminate the medicinal materials and affect the medicinal properties, and the blood vessels could enter the body more directly. Without a digestion and absorption process, of course, the effect would be faster. The premise of all this was that he had a good understanding of the internal situation of his own body. There is no doubt that the elementary inner sensing pill was the basis of all this. Big brother Li Cheng didn't say anything and directly asked Yang Chen for the roughest 5th grade inner sensing pill at the time. In the formation that Yang Chen had already arranged, he swallowed it. To thoroughly understand Yang Chen's thoughts, it was necessary to take the various medicines used by Yang Chen one by one in the order of Yang Chen. The 5th grade inner sensing pill has been taken by all the women. Basically, they couldn't bear this level of pain. After using it once, they wouldn't use it again. However, seeing Li Cheng consume it, they also wanted to know if Li Cheng could endure that kind of inhuman pain like their husband. Big brother Li Cheng didn't disappoint anyone. The pain that even the profound heaven sex elders couldn't endure didn't seem to exist for big brother Li Cheng. From the beginning to the end, big brother Li Cheng was so calm. His sitting body did not move at all, and the expression on his face did not change from beginning to end. As expected of a fellow who was as perverted as her husband. They even had the same reaction after eating this pill. It would be strange if the two of them couldn't become good friends. After the medicinal effect wore off, Li Cheng slowly stood up, looking pensive. This kind of inner sensing pill of the monster race still made him feel a little surprised. Even though it was unbearably vulgar, it played a significant role. Of course, the side effects were indeed fatal. Only people like him and Yang Chen could endure it. It was just a trivial 5th grade inner sensing pill, and it was also the crudest pill recipe of the monster race, but the effect achieved could be compared with the effect of spiritual awareness entering the great, principal, golden immortal realm after experiencing the golden immortal tribulation. Sure enough, no cultivator could be underestimated. Maybe one day there would be a race whose overall alchemy level was extremely low that could think of an excellent idea. However, the 5th grade inner sensing pill was just that, and it couldn't go further to let the cultivator really understand the inside of their body. Next, big brother Li Cheng began to take the internal sensing powder that Yang Chen had refined at the beginning. The internal sensing powder gave Li Cheng a different feeling, and he understood more about the inside of his body. But for Li Cheng, this was not enough, and there was always some unfinished meaning that he couldn't use. Li Cheng also understood why Yang Chen had to carry out the starting point of research at this point. The refining process was step by step, so that big brother Li Cheng could understand more intuitively through taking the medicine. When Li Cheng sent the 1st grade internal sensing liquid into his blood vessels, the feeling that Yang Chen had experienced was perfectly replicated in big brother Li Cheng. To be able to understand how the internal workings of the body were so clear, this was no less than the significance of discovering the highest grade cultivation method for cultivation. In the art of war, it was said that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will win 100 battles, and it was also applicable in cultivation. Big brother Li Cheng had his own means, and he could do things that could only be done with the internal sensing liquid. But this step that could be achieved without relying on cultivation was 1,000 times simpler than his method. For cultivators, all problems could be solved by cultivation. Of course, some problems could not be sustained until your cultivation base increased to that realm. For example, serious injuries, such as the situation after the use of the internal sensing liquid. The first-grade internal sensing liquid had such an effect, which had fully explained the correctness of the method used by Yang Qin to inject the medicine into the blood vessels. However, Li Cheng did not make a conclusion at this time, but used the 8th-grade internal sensing liquid again. This time, the feeling was clearer and more subtle. Even Big Brother Li Cheng found that there were some insignificant old wounds in his body that had been accumulated over the years. With the efficacy of the 8th-grade internal sensing liquid, Big Brother Li Cheng also swept away the diseases in his body. Perhaps there would still be surprises in the more subtle levels of the body, but the 8th-grade internal sensing liquid could only do this at most, and it could not go further. This was the limitation of Yang Chen's alchemy level, but it had nothing to do with the internal sensing liquid. The understanding of the internal sensing liquid came to an end at this point, but Yang Chen did not let Big Brother Li Cheng stop, but gave him some external sensing liquid to use. This time the perception was magnified and concentrated on the outside, giving Big Brother Li Cheng the feeling that his spiritual awareness cultivation base had directly increased by tens of thousands of times. Finally, he felt all the new drugs that Yang Qin had studied during this time. Big Brother Li Cheng sat on the futon and did not say a word for a long time. Maybe you really created a precedent in alchemy. Finally, Big Brother Li Cheng spoke, and he praised, "In the future, alchemy will have a new realm, and you are the ancestor." "Big Brother, hasn't the Tao ancestor done this before?" Yang Qin asked with some uncertainty. Although Yang Qin had the elderly Lord alchemy scripture, there was no attempt in this aspect, but Yang Qin did not think that it was everything about the Tao ancestor's alchemy. In this regard, he still had to ask Big Brother Li Cheng to get a more comprehensive answer. The Tao ancestor is just one person. It is impossible to think of everything in the world, right? Big Brother Li Cheng did not take charge just because he was talking about the Tao ancestor, but said, realistically, even the demon realm and the monster realm have great people who can do this kind of thing. Is it strange that the Tao ancestor can't think of this alchemy method? Chapter 2341. Chunyang Palace's Master Yang had a new medicine. This news flew to all corners of the spiritual world as if it had wings. Just as the cultivators of the spiritual world were eager to plunder their wealth and prepare to go to Wanbao Tower to grab Master Yang's new elixir, more news came. The elixir refined by Master Yang this time was very different from the past. If it weren't for the good experience of cooperation with Master Yang in the past, I'm afraid I wouldn't be qualified to buy this new medicine. Even the cultivators who had good cooperation must promise that if they wanted the new medicine, they must fully comply with Master Yang's requirements and must use the new medicine within 3 days after getting it. This time, the cooperation formation did not include the sect. If the major sect wanted it, they could directly send the cultivators who wanted to use the medicine. Yang Chen would not provide the sect with it in batches. The reason was very simple. This new medicine, named by Master Yang as the internal inspection fluid, could only be stored for a long time in Master Yang's medicine nourishing gourd. As long as it was left, the efficacy would continue to decline, and after 3 days, it would basically disappear. However, so far, everyone only knew that there was a new medicine, but they didn't know the name of the medicine. Therefore, the best time to take it was to take it immediately after buying it. Taking it within 3 days was the deadline. No one would be willing to waste God's gift so recklessly. However, this level of internal inspection fluid was given to some cultivators with low cultivation. Even if they could find the abnormality in the body, it was estimated that they would be unable to do anything about those subtle injuries. Therefore, there was a limit to the use of internal inspection fluid. That was, the cultivation must at least reach the heaven immortal level. Only the cultivators of the heaven immortal level had the ability to repair their internal injuries, so they wouldn't waste the rare super perception after taking the medicine. Of course, good things were first used by the disciples in the sect. The disciples of the heaven immortal level and Xian immortal level in Chunying Palace could, according to the rules of the sect, exchange their contribution to the sect for a chance to use the medicine. It was said to be an opportunity, but there were two grades of internal inspection fluid. First, the first grade internal inspection fluid would let everyone adapt to it first. At the same time, after recuperating the subtle level of injuries, they would use the 8th grade internal inspection fluid to carry out a more delicate repair. As for the sect's internal supply, Yang Chen did not need too many sect contribution points. Basically, as long as the disciples reached the heaven immortal level, the sect contribution points would be more than enough. Even the disciples of the Xiantian sect, who joined the Chunying Palace later, at the level of Fairy Immortal and Xian Immortal, had enough contribution points for the sect. This was also one of the prerequisites for the merger, which was to preserve the mysterious heavens sect disciples' contributions to the sect. Otherwise, not many would agree to join a new sect and start from scratch. The ones who were most interested in Yang Chen's new medicine were the Xian immortal elders in the Sutra Pavilion. They were the first to know what Yang Chen was going to do. At this time, Yang Chen launched a new drug. There was no need to ask. It must be the effect of the previous inner sensing pill. The first to use the medicine was indeed these Xian immortal elders. However, when Yang Chen said his requirements for the medicine, several elders were all staring at each other, a little incredulous, who didn't need to eat the medicinal pill, but sent it directly to their own blood vessels. If it weren't for Yang Chen's good reputation in alchemy, it was estimated that these elders would have taught this guy a lesson as soon as they heard such an outrageous request. There must be a standard for being unconventional. Such a rebellious idea. How could it be casually touched by a little rascal? That was Yang Chen's kind of big shot, saying this kind of request. Everyone would not turn hostile on the spot. Of course, the improvement of Yang Chen's family couldn't be hidden from the elders, who had only seen Yang Chen a few months ago. This real effect was what moved them the most. The Xian immortal elder who had tried the power of the 5 revolutions inner sensing pill was still the first. Because he had tried the inner sensing pill and knew the benefits, he was able to stand up to the crowd and grab the first place. Everyone also wanted to know how the effect was. There was no better effect than their own people personally demonstrating in front of them. So they didn't compete and quietly waited to see the effect of the medicine. For using their own life source magic weapon to send the medicinal liquid into the blood vessels. This made all the elders who heard the request nod slightly. Trusting Yang Chen's method of entering the medicine was one thing, but if you let other magic weapons stab into your own blood vessels, as long as you were a cultivator, you would resist. The effect of the internal inspection liquid was outstanding. An elder cultivated for a whole day on the spot. When he stood up the next day, there was no need for Yang Chen to say anything more. Everyone just looked at the vitality of the elder and knew that the medicinal liquid was not false. After the 8 revolutions internal inspection liquid entered the body. Even if he had already experienced a surprise, the elder's face still showed an unbelievable expression. After another day and night, the elder was not only in high spirits, but even couldn't wait to announce on the spot that he would retreat for a few days. The experience of observation was enough for him to break through the next small realm after this retreat. The successful demonstration of his companion was really more useful than any words. Next, several Xian immortal elders of the Scriptures Pavilion were shown, then the elders of the Secret Pavilion, then the elders of the Heavenly Dipper, and a group of Xian immortal masters all used the internal inspection liquid. Even the Xian immortal monster beasts around Yang Chen's rich people were no exception. Even the earth dragon was poured by Yang Chen at least dozens of people. As for how much benefit the Earth Dragon could get, it depended on him. Of course, the golden immortal master of the Black Tortoise Academy did not fall behind. He was the only VIP in the Chunyang Palace who used the internal inspection liquid for free. However, the contribution of the sect that the golden immortal elder should pay was borne by Yang Qin and the head of the palace respectively, and there was no violation of the rules. After the Xian immortal master, it was the fairy immortal master. With that, the number of heavenly immortals had exceeded 2,000. Of course, it was impossible to use them individually. Instead, hundreds of them were gathered together and given their respective medicines. In just a few days, all of the heavenly immortals had their turn. When the news was released, it was already after the inside of the Chunyang Palace had finished enjoying the medicine. No one had any objection to this. Yang Qin was the young palace master of the Chunyang Palace. Of course, the new medicine was first used by the disciples of the Chunyang Palace, which was a matter of course. The fairy immortal masters of the Chunyang Palace were almost all in retreat, and this had almost become a well-known news. But what was more interesting was that the reason for these fairy immortal and Xian immortal masters to retreat was directly because of the influence of Yang Qin's new medicine. After learning the news, there were many masters who were interested in the sect, and soon a group of masters who were full of confidence in Master Yang Qin came together. The price set by Elder Wu Xiong was absolutely sky-high. However, the cultivators who came did not even bother bargaining. Without saying anything, they brought out spirit stones or items of equivalent value and began using the new medicine. One by one, the cultivators there began using the new medicine. Chapter 2342. No cultivator doubted, or rather, no cultivator at the level of Fairy Immortal or Xian Immortal would doubt that there was a problem with Master Yang's new medicine. Firstly, Yang Chen's good reputation in the past had played a role. No alchemist would ruin his own reputation in such a major event that was related to his own alchemy future. Another reason was the state of those Fairy Immortals and Xian Immortals in Chunyang Palace. Not every expert needed a long time to go into seclusion. Many of the senior disciples of Chunyang Palace started their seclusion after getting the opportunity to break through to the next small realm in a short period of time. After the breakthrough was completed, they would come out immediately. The biggest role of the internal inspection fluid was not to let people break through to the next realm, but to solve the old injuries accumulated over the years in the body, providing greater potential for future cultivation. How could those who had reached the level of Fairy Immortal or Xian Immortal not understand this? Therefore, those who happened to be on the verge of breaking through took this good opportunity to break through, and those who didn't would go into seclusion to comprehend it, not wasting much time. The cultivators who came to Chunyang Palace naturally saw the complexion of these disciples of Fairy Immortals and Xian Immortals in Chunyang Palace. To their surprise, every disciple of Fairy Immortals and Xian Immortals in Chunyang Palace had an excellent complexion, giving people a refreshing feeling that they looked exquisite from top to bottom. If it was only one or two, it didn't mean anything, but if all of them were like this, there must be a reason. During this time, the most famous new medicine launched by Yang Qin was the new medicine. When both sides thought about it, how could they not know the reason? Even if they couldn't think of it, those disciples of Chunyang Palace would always have a few familiar friends who would know the reason. It was still the same saying, seeing the real effect was the most tempting, especially after a few people who had a good relationship with them expressed their feelings. It was even more amazing. It was definitely a good thing that could cure the old injuries of the cultivators of Fairy Immortal or Xian Immortal level. Every cultivator knew how great the benefits were, so they did not hesitate to line up and join the process of taking the medicine. The first to arrive were, of course, the few major Tao sect sects nearby. They had natural confidence in Yang Qin. Naturally, the first to benefit from it were the masters of their sect. This time, Chunyang Palace really provided a one-stop service. From the reception to the medication to the provision of rooms for secluded meditation, everything was arranged clearly and logically. For this reason, Chunyang Palace even took out an empty sect, level cave residence, to entertain guests from all over the world. The abode was big enough. The masters of different sect were arranged separately to prevent them from fighting. Master Yang's new medicine really surprised many people. He had thought that it would be a brand new pill, but who knew that it would actually be a type of spiritual liquid? No wonder the message only said that it was a new pill and not a new one. It turned out that the hint was already here. What was even more shocking was that the way Yang Qin took the internal inspection fluid was not orally taken, but directly injected into the blood vessels. In the eyes of many people, this was definitely a rebellious way. If everyone used this way, how could they distinguish the grades of these medicinal liquids? In fact, there were no elixir patterns in the medicinal liquid. It could let everyone know at a glance how many refinements the medicinal elixir had gone through and what grade it had reached. Everyone rushed over excitedly. Suddenly being told such a taboo made many people a little nervous. But soon this nervousness disappeared without a trace. In the end, it was Yang Qin, Master Yang's reputation. In addition, there was also the demonstration of the disciples of Chunyang Palace. The effect was more convincing than anything else. Moreover, everyone also understood that the decisive battle with the Zhao family would soon come. Yang Chen would never do anything that would make his enemies happy. In terms of trust, Yang Chen was even more reassuring than the suzerain of several major sects, using their own natal magic weapons to send the internal inspection fluid into the blood vessels in their bodies, which also made everyone feel better. However, with the effect of the internal inspection fluid, after everyone felt the situation in their bodies, no cultivator mentioned anything about rebellious, and no cultivator felt uneasy. If everyone had to say that they still had uneasy thoughts, it was probably because they found that there were many subtle injuries in their bodies that could not be detected in ordinary days, so they were afraid. The worst was a heaven immortal cultivator. Everyone was afraid that they did not know where they were injured. Now, those subtle wounds were clearly presented in front of everyone's eyes. If they still could not solve it by themselves, they were afraid that they would fail to live up to the name of a heaven immortal or Xian immortal. What was even more unexpected was that after the first use of the internal inspection fluid, there was a second use. This time, everyone felt it more subtle. In addition to those minor injuries, even the most subtle structure of the body could be felt so clearly. This had an immeasurable effect on one's cultivation. The cultivators who discovered this were all overjoyed. At this time, everyone understood why Yang Qin only chose those cultivators who had good relationships with him in the past, with such great benefits. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of spirit stones, it was impossible for anyone to help him. Without that friendship, how could Master Yang let you get such a good thing with just spirit stones? This also made many cultivators secretly have an idea in their hearts. In the future, they must maintain a good cooperation with Chunyang Palace and Master Yang. Not for anything else, if Master Yang had any good things in the future, he would always want to have a close relationship with them, right? Everyone was immersed in the insight and understanding, but they did not know that Master Yang in their hearts was also understanding. Ganoderma lucidum pill was originally a medicinal pill for healing injuries. Why couldn't the 8th grade Ganoderma lucidum pill heal these subtle injuries? For Yang Qin, there was only one possibility. That was the Ganoderma lucidum pill that he refined was not perfect enough. That was the 8th grade merit Ganoderma lucidum pill, and it still did not achieve a perfect effect. Yang Chen, the alchemist, would certainly not be satisfied with the status quo. He was discussing this problem with Brother Li Cheng. According to reason, the merit chapter had already improved the efficacy of Ganoderma lucidum pill to the limit. Was there anything left unfinished? Maybe the problem is in the way you said. Brother Li Cheng pondered for a long time, thought of many possibilities, and then refuted them one by one. In the end, he could only attribute the problem to Yang Chen's unique way of using the medicine. As Yang Chen said, the liquid of the digestive tract may bring a little impact and reduce the efficacy of the medicine. This was inevitable. unless the method of directly adding the medicine was also used. Perhaps the impact could be minimized. Yang Chen was also pondering. Before he could figure out anything, his sea of consciousness suddenly moved, and the virtual sea of consciousness wrapped in Yang Chen's spiritual awareness seed sent a request from Yang Chen. He wanted the pill recipe of Yang Chen's new medicine. Chapter 2343. It was not surprising that Yang Lan knew that Yang Chen had a new drug. Although so many puppets have been secretly monitored, they have not been touched. They can still tell some important news directly to Yang Lan, although they are not aware of this. These puppets that had been identified were definitely not qualified to enjoy Yang Chen's new drug. Yang Chen had already explained when he released it that the new drug would only be given to some cultivators who had a good cooperation experience with Chunying Palace and Yang Chen. With this condition alone, Chunying Palace could easily turn away those people. What was a good cooperation experience? Wasn't this decided by Chunying Palace and Yang Chen, coupled with several screening masters secretly sent by the Joint Command? These guys would not be able to get the opportunity to use Yang Chen's new drug even if they paid 10 times the price. If it was just an ordinary healing medicinal pill, it would not be a big deal, but all the cultivators who had used it had significant changes. So this new drug was looking forward to it. People like Yang Lan, of course, would not let go of this opportunity, especially when he thought that he could easily get these without paying any price. Therefore, when he found that Yang Chen was no longer hiding in the nested sect-level Immortal's cave, he immediately couldn't wait to send this instruction to Yang Chen. The instruction was very secretive. It seemed that it was completely to let Yang Chen carefully ponder over the pill recipe, which was not a problem for anyone. If there was no hidden spiritual consciousness seed, the vast majority of cultivators would not hesitate to carefully think about their own pill recipes in order to find a better solution. When Yang Chen received this instruction, he couldn't help but laugh. Yang Lan didn't even know what the new drug was, and he wanted the pill recipe. Wasn't this looking for trouble? Of course, this was also due to the control of Chunying Palace and Yang Chen this time. Those who had used the internal inspection fluid did not say the process of using it. He had sworn a great heart demon oath that he would not reveal this to anyone for at least 100 years. Everyone understood this point. After all, this method of injecting the medicinal liquid directly into the blood vessels was very different from traditional medicinal pills. In Master Yang's own words, it was simply rebellious. Therefore, I hope that everyone will keep this a secret so that I don't want to attract the condemnation of all the alchemists in the world. Yang Chen intended to give the cultivators of the spirit realm a buffer period of 100 years. He believed that in the 100 years, Yang Chen would slowly promote this method and make all the cultivators feel that it was normal. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. Master Yang just wanted to play it safe. Since so many profound immortals and heavenly immortals had accepted this method, it wouldn't be too difficult for most cultivators to accept it. Everyone was willing to give Master Yang this face, so only Yang Lan was unlucky. Yang Chen did not hesitate to pass the pill recipe in his mind and directly passed it to Yang Lan. But what Yang Lan would never know was that this was not a medicinal pill, but a kind of soup. In the prescription, Yang Chen recorded in detail the quenching of each medicinal material with different fire seeds. At the same time, several different fire seeds needed to be used in the refining process were all marked on it. It was very intuitive to tell Yang Lan that this new medicinal pill was not ordinary to refine. But Yang Lan didn't know all this. He still analyzed it with an ordinary pill recipe. The difficulty of refining the pill recipe was not a big problem. If the medicinal pill refined by Master Yang was not difficult, then it would be troublesome. The higher the difficulty, the better the medicinal pill. The Zhao family also had alchemists, brilliant alchemists. Although the requirements of Yang Chen's pill recipe were very high, it was not completely impossible to achieve. Even if they needed to use dozens of fire seeds, the Zhao family could find enough alchemists with suitable fire seeds. At most, everyone would work together to refine it. They would make a few mistakes, but there would always be a time when they had a tacit understanding and succeeded in refining. Yanglan was also a resolute lord, especially when he knew that this new medicinal pill was indeed of great benefit to cultivators. At this time, the major sect in the spiritual world enjoyed this benefit, and their strength improved imperceptibly, which was also a major threat to the Zhao family. Yanglan only mentioned this, and he got the unanimous support of the Zhao family to refine the medicinal pill. Dozens of alchemists with different fire seeds gathered together and began to study Master Yang's pill recipe. They were all senior alchemists. It was not surprising why Yangqin needed to use so many fire seeds, because everyone knew their own fire seeds very well and knew which kind of medicinal material was most suitable for quenching. In Master Yang's pill recipe, the quenching fire seed used for each medicinal material was the most suitable fire seed. There was no mistake. This could only show that Master Yang's requirements for the quenching of medicinal materials in the early stage were very high. At the same time, this also showed that the effect of Master Yang's new medicinal pill must be better than everyone expected. As for why Master Yang could use so many fire seeds, this was no secret. Master Yang's profound spirit furnace was said to store nearly tens of thousands of fire seeds in it, and one or several of them could be used at any time. This was the credit of the alchemy furnace, and it had little direct relationship with Master Yang. Unfortunately, how to refine this kind of alchemy furnace, many refining masters have pondered over it over the years, and none of them have succeeded. The best one could only accommodate dozens of fire seeds, and that was already the limit. However, the alchemy furnace was not researched, but it did not prevent everyone from believing that Master Yang's luck was good, and he got this kind of heaven-defying alchemy furnace. No one doubted the process of using multiple fire seeds in alchemy at the same time. It was not difficult for dozens of alchemists to quench the medicinal materials in the early stage, and it could be done easily. The difficult thing was to use multiple fire seeds at the same time during the refining. Just at this juncture, all the alchemists of the Zhao family were stuck. Everyone has analyzed the pill recipe, and they all understand alchemy. They understand what kind of fire seeds Master Yang used in the pill recipe and what kind of benefits there were. However, everyone always couldn't do it, which made people very speechless. In the end, some people came up with a way. First, they only used one or two kinds of fire seeds that they were best at, and successfully refined the medicinal pill. At most, the efficacy was not as good as that of Master Yang's own refining. The efficacy was a little lower, and everyone first understood what the benefits of this medicinal pill were. This was a concise idea, and the Zhao family's senior executives and Yanglan also nodded. So, after nearly a year of figuring out Master Yang's pill recipe, the best alchemist of the Zhao family began to refine a simplified version of the medicinal pill after removing several kinds of fire seeds. They first figured out what the specific use of the medicinal pill was. Chapter 2344. The Zhao family was also helpless. Who made Grandmaster Yang's medicinal pills so difficult to refine? In terms of medicinal pills, even if Yanglan was not convinced that Yangqin was riding on his head, he also sincerely admired it. Everything seemed to go very smoothly, and the simplified pill recipe really had no obstacles in the end. However, the new problem that made the Zhao family alchemists realize the gap between themselves and Grandmaster Yang appeared again. For more than a dozen times, the best alchemist of the Zhao family failed to successfully collect the pills. Every time, it was the same problem. It had reached the final step of the process of collecting the pills. The medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace had barely met the requirements for it to come out of the furnace, but it would fall short when collecting the pills. No matter what method everyone used to collect the pills, they couldn't condense even a single medicinal pill. Even several alchemists failed. In this process, the participating alchemists were collectively speechless. It seemed that the simplified version of the pill recipe really couldn't be compared with the complete version of the pill recipe. Without the refining of the few key fire seeds, the pills were so unsmooth. This was the gap. No wonder the name of Grandmaster Yang's alchemy could spread throughout the spiritual world. It really made sense. No one would have thought that Yang Chen's prescription did not have the steps of collecting the pills from the beginning to the end, but everyone subconsciously thought that this was common sense. Grandmaster Yang was too lazy to record it in the pill recipe. When refining, he operated according to common sense. As a last resort, everyone could only use their brains to find ways to make up for the unsmooth process of collecting the pills. Under the collective efforts of the group, several alchemists found a way. They were all alchemists, and any random one of them would have their own unique skills. They were not people with undeserved reputations. The effect of the medicinal pill, according to the medicinal properties of those medicinal materials, was basically analyzed by the alchemists of the Zhao family. It was to enlarge the perception in the body, and it was not a complicated function. Strictly speaking, this should only be an upgraded version of the inner sensing pill that Grandmaster Yang refined in the past. The pill recipe of the inner sensing pill was also purchased from Grandmaster Yang. Now it was just improved, under the premise of knowing the efficacy of the medicine. In the final medicinal soup, if a peaceful medicinal material was added before collecting the pills could be smoothly collected without affecting the medicinal properties. Under the premise that there was no other better way, they could only try it first. Thus, everyone worked together once more, and according to the method they had researched, after adding a medicinal ingredient, they finally succeeded in condensing the pill. Someone volunteered to test the medicine. After taking it, he felt the condition of his body. Apart from the lack of hearing, amplification, and pain, the other sensations were as clear as day. It was a pity that he was only experimenting with a first transition refinement. Although the effects were there, it was only SOSO. If he wanted to have a clearer look at the condition of his body, he would probably have to go through a high-grade refinement. This proved that everyone's previous guess was correct. However, the fact that Grandmaster Yang was able to disregard his sense of hearing and pain made all the participating alchemists admire him greatly. Grandmaster Yang, if we don't talk about the standpoint of both sides, is really a respectable alchemist who pursues the perfect effect of alchemy. Following that, the alchemists of the Zhao family continued to cooperate and began to refine high-grade pills. There were also many 7th-grade alchemists in Zhao family. After a series of twists and turns, the simplified version of the 7th-grade inner sensing pill was finally released. The cultivator who was testing the medicine finally experienced a brand new feeling. The condition of his body was almost clear at a glance. What shocked him was that there were so many tiny scars on his body. The cultivator who was testing the medicine was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his cultivation base was enough, and these tiny scars were quickly repaired. After getting up, the alchemists of the Zhao family saw the changes in his body with the naked eye. It must be said that after the simplification of these Zhao family alchemists and the addition of some medicinal ingredients, the simplified version of the inner sensing pill refined by the 7th grade had achieved the effect of Yang Chen's 1st grade internal sensing liquid. Of course, that was all, and it was impossible to improve. But this was enough for the Zhao family. Without Grandmaster Yang's personal refining, this was already the limit that could be done according to Grandmaster Yang's pill recipe. They believed that after the masters of the Zhao family swallowed these simplified versions of the inner sensing pills, they would have greater cultivation potential, and if they were lucky, they could even directly promote a small realm. This time, the gap between the cultivators of the spiritual world and the Zhao family, because of Grandmaster Yang's new medicine, was also narrowed because of this inner sensing pill. It could be said that everyone had once again reached the same level. Although the effect of the simplified version was worse, the strongest alchemists of the Zhao family also firmly believed that the gap with Grandmaster Yang would not be particularly big. Between the Zhao family and the sect in the spiritual world, it seemed that they had secretly confronted each other again through Yang Chen's pill recipe, and the Zhao family was temporarily at a disadvantage. However, the Zhao family did not realize that just from their research of the pill recipe, to refining the simplified version of the medicinal pill, they had already been pushed back 5 years. 5 years, in addition to the huge difference in the efficacy of the medicine, they had actually fallen behind by more than a little. Especially at the Golden Immortal level, the simplified version of the inner sensing pill of the Zhao family had little effect on their Golden Immortal masters. But the Golden Immortal masters of the major sect, who had taken turns to use the internal sensing liquid in Chunyang Palace, had all improved a small realm. The top masters on one side were still recuperating, but the other side had all improved. It seemed that the balance of victory had silently tilted towards the side of the major sect. During this time, Yang Chun was not idle. He and elder brother Li Cheng had a very in-depth discussion about the reason why the 8th-grade merit Ganoderma lucidum jade pill could not heal the slightest scars. At first, elder brother Li Cheng thought that it might also be related to the way the medicine was taken. However, after careful study, they found that it might not be this reason. In order to figure out the way the Ganoderma lucidum jade pill worked, Yang Chen used the 8th-grade internal sensing liquid and then took the Ganoderma lucidum jade pill to explore the process of the Ganoderma lucidum jade pill from the most subtle level. This was a new way to test the medicinal properties. In the past, the alchemist had such an opportunity to accurately explore how the medicinal pill worked in the body. Even elder brother Li Cheng showed great interest in the way Yang Chen proposed to test the efficacy of the medicine, and he also tried it in person. The process of the Ganoderma lucidum jade pill decomposing into the abdomen, then flowing to the whole body with the blood, and then stimulating the most subtle body structure to grow and recover was presented in the eyes of Yang Chen and Li Cheng. The level of detail made elder brother Li Cheng express extreme shock. Whether you can find out the reason or not, you have discovered this method of detecting the medicinal properties. Even among the alchemists in the immortal world, you can be ranked. Elder brother Li Cheng said, Chapter 2345. The 8th-grade merit Ganoderma lucidum jade pill slowly entered the abdomen from mouth, and this process was very clearly perceived by Yang Chen and Li Cheng. In order to thoroughly understand the process of the efficacy of the merit Ganoderma lucidum jade pill, Yang Chen and Li Cheng even made a few wounds on their own bodies. Of course, this also took a lot of effort. With their current cultivation base, they could hurt themselves. The location of the wound was also chosen in the most perceptible part, so that they could more clearly understand what the healing process was. At the same time, there were also several other 8th-grade internal inspection liquid prepared, ready to be sent into their own blood vessels when the perception ability here was insufficient. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness stared closely at the Ganoderma lucidum jade pill in his abdomen, and at the same time his perception was fully opened, feeling how the medicinal pill was dissolved and digested in the stomach, then entered the blood and flowed to the whole body with the blood. It must be said that the Ganoderma lucidum jade pill has been passed down for many years, and it has become the most famous healing medicinal pill. It has its own reason. Yang Chen just watched the process of these medicinal pills being decomposed in the stomach and then absorbed into the blood so smoothly. He knew that this was not a problem with the way the medicine was taken. The most subtle effective component of the medicinal pill, the process of entering the blood, was so simple. It seemed to easily penetrate the stomach wall into the blood vessels, and soon flowed to all parts of the body with the blood. There was a damaged tissue in the wound. As soon as it touched these most subtle medicinal pill particles, it would be attached, and then, under the influence of the medicinal effect, it would quickly secrete something that stimulated the growth of the body. The medicinal pill not only stimulated the secretion, but also provided a strong enough energy so that the tissues in the wound could grow easily without consuming too much of the body's matter. The largest wound was quickly healed in just a few minutes. Of course, there was the influence of Yang Chen's own self-healing ability, but the medicinal effect of Ganoderma lucidum jade pill was still not available. The whole recovery process was clearly presented in front of Yang Chen. He saw it clearly and seemed to understand a little bit. As for why he wanted to know the reason why this level of Ganoderma lucidum jade pill could not heal the subtle wounds. He seemed to have found some answers in it. It could be broken down into the tiniest pill particles, which were also the effective ingredients of the pill. But the size of the single pill was still a little too big. It was a well-known fact that it had an outstanding effect on ordinary wounds. However, for the wound that could only be seen clearly with the use of the internal inspection fluid, it was still a bit too big. Sometimes, if one was lucky, that kind of medicinal pellet could reach the wound and the wound would be healed. But if he was unlucky and couldn't reach the wound, the small wound would remain there. A small wound of this degree on the whole did not have any effect at all, and the tissues on the outside also looked very healthy. There was no difference between being cured and not being cured, at least in the eyes of ordinary people. However, it was precisely because of these tiny, almost invisible wounds that caused the body's tissues to age and lose effectiveness. However, time was a continuous process. For ordinary people, it might last for decades, but for cultivators, it would last even longer. When the injuries accumulated to a certain extent, these tiny wounds that could not be seen would become the culprits that caused certain illnesses or even fatal injuries. The self-healing ability of cultivators was stronger than that of ordinary people. Some small wounds would be healed after a long period of spiritual power nourishment, but some would never be healed and would continue to accumulate. The small wounds that Yang Chen and others could see through the internal inspection fluid were continuous accumulation. As the time of cultivation grew longer, these wounds would also become a hidden disaster. Only when they reached the almighty immortal level could they effectively heal some of them. But the more subtle ones might only be discovered and healed when they reached the innumerable tribulation true immortal level. Through the internal inspection fluid, these hidden disasters could be erased when the cultivators were still at the fairy immortal level, which was absolutely of great significance to the cultivators. The whole process lasted for a long time. Yang Qin and Li Cheng waited until the efficacy was completely consumed before they stopped observing and came to their own conclusions. When the two of them compared each other, they basically had the same reason. The smallest particle of Ganoderma lucidum jade pill was still too big and was blocked by some tissues, so it was not enough to reach the most subtle structure of the body. This had nothing to do with the way of ingestion, but it was related to the size. Yang Qin and Li Cheng were both the best alchemists. They had never found such a problem with Ganoderma lucidum jade pill, which had been used for many years. Now that both of them had identified the root cause, they naturally wanted to test it. Brother Li Cheng had never refined medicinal pills. At least Yang Chen and Yang Chen's family had never seen Brother Li Cheng refine medicinal pills. But this did not prevent them from believing that Brother Li Cheng was definitely a good alchemist. After all, Brother Li Cheng was the successor of the Tao ancestor. How could it be possible that he did not know alchemy? It was rare that Brother Li Cheng directly asked for an alchemy room in Yang Chen's Dragon Palace and wanted to refine medicinal pills himself. The reason was that he wanted to verify this discovery personally. This was a rare piece of big news, and all the women gathered around to watch. Yang Chen was also very much looking forward to it. He wanted to see to what extent big brother Li Cheng could refine it. Of course, in her heart, it was not necessarily that she didn't want to compete with brother Li Cheng. When brother Li Cheng entered the alchemy room, Yang Chen also entered his own alchemy room. From the beginning of refining the internal inspection liquid, Yang Chen's alchemy level had entered another new realm. At this time, refining Ganoderma lucidum jade pill, it was natural to use a new refining method. Not to mention anything else. Just in the early treatment of medicinal materials, Yang Chen was already a well-deserved master. All medicinal materials were first treated with the most suitable fire seed to reach the purest level. In the process of processing, Yang Chen did not forget to crush these medicinal materials to the smallest extent. After all, Ganoderma lucidum jade pill did not work on subtle wounds. The decisive factor was the size of the basic particles of the medicinal pills. Yang Chen would crush these medicinal materials to the extreme in the beginning stage. The early treatment took half of Yang Chen's time. It was mainly used to crush the medicinal materials to the minimum as much as possible. After reaching the limit that Yang Chen could handle, Yang Chen began the official alchemy. In the process of alchemy, Yang Chen also paid great attention to the size of the combined medicinal pills and tried to control the basic particles of Ganoderma lucidum jade pill to the limit. At this point, his super spiritual awareness helped a lot. At least under the exploration of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, the current medicinal pills were more than 1/10 smaller than before. Chapter 2346. Although this 1/10 may still be larger than the most basic structure of the fleshly body, it was already more subtle than the tissue structure perceived after using the first-grade internal inspection liquid. Yang Chen doesn't need to pursue higher results now. He just needs to know if a more subtle structure of the medicinal pill can work on that level of injury. Yang Chen and Li Cheng came out of the alchemy room almost at the same time, which showed that the speed of the two people's alchemy was similar. In such a short period of time, it was obvious that the two people couldn't carry out a few grades of refining. Everyone was refining at the first grade. But there was no doubt that even if it was a first-grade refining medicinal pill, Yang Chen and Li Cheng's personal refining was no less than the ordinary 7th-grade medicinal pill of an ordinary alchemy master. The two people exchanged the medicinal pills in their hands to observe each other. Yang Chen almost couldn't wait to directly enlarge elder brother Li Cheng's medicinal pill in his sea of consciousness. It must be known that this was the first medicinal pill that Yang Chen got from elder brother Li Cheng. By this, he could also find out how high elder brother Li Cheng's level of alchemy was. Yang Chen had already studied his own medicinal pill. This time, when he compared it with elder brother Li Cheng's, he basically saw the difference between the two sides. From the refined medicinal pill, it could be found that elder brother Li Cheng's early treatment of medicinal materials was not as good as Yang Chen's. This was understandable. After all, elder brother Li Cheng did not have the yin-yang heaven-burning fire like Yang Chen. He could not simulate the characteristics of different fire seeds, so he could not deal with the medicinal materials to the best state. However, the basic particles of the medicinal pill refined by elder brother Li Cheng were 1/3 smaller than those refined by Yang Chen. Although it still couldn't reach the size of the most basic structure of the body, from this point of view, it could be found that elder brother Li Cheng's refining level was still higher than Yang Chen's. Although there was a little disappointment in his heart, Yang Chen was not discouraged because of this. It must be known that elder brother Li Cheng was a disciple of the Tao ancestor. It was normal for him to be better than Yang Chen in alchemy. If Yang Chen, a guy who explored by himself, could surpass elder brother Li Cheng in alchemy, it would be a strange thing. Your yin-yang heaven-burning fire is simply the best fire for alchemy. Big brother Li Cheng, who was at the side, had already begun to speak. When it comes to handling medicinal herbs, no one can do better than you. This was a compliment, and a sincere one at that. This made Yang Chen very happy, even happier than when his own alchemy philosophy was recognized by Big Brother Li Cheng. No matter what, at least he was better than Big Brother Li Cheng in one aspect. Big Brother, your alchemy standards make me concede defeat. Yang Chen's words also came from his heart. The medicinal herbs were handled well, but the final result was still 1/3 bigger than Brother Li Cheng's. The perception in this was still very obvious. However, Yang Chen's words still shocked the women. All along, the girls had thought that their husband was the best alchemy master in the world. Even if Big Brother Li Cheng's standards were high, they had never seen his work, so it was not easy to judge. Now Yang Chen's words directly confirmed the fact that his alchemy level was inferior to Big Brother Li Cheng. Their own husband had already shocked everyone. Big Brother Li Cheng, who was even more powerful than their own husband. What was his level of alchemy? In addition to the horror, the women were also looking forward to Big Brother Li Cheng's medicinal pill. How good could it be? In fact, at this point, Yang Chen and Li Cheng could basically be sure that this size of the medicinal pellet should be able to solve the wound seen by the first-grade internal inspection liquid. However, the theory was the theory, the reality was the reality. Whether it could achieve the effect, they still needed to feel it again after taking the medicine. Still, the two of them tried the medicinal pills together. Each tried the medicinal pills that they refined, and then carefully observed it with the help of the internal inspection liquid. It must be said that this kind of testing method was a revolutionary leap for the alchemy master. How many alchemy masters had to use a variety of animals to test the medicine in order to find the accurate medicinal properties? Later, they even had to use some mortals and cultivators to test the medicine, just to know the efficacy. Even Yang Chen, when refining the broken limb regeneration pill, actually used the same method. It was just that when testing the medicine, the cultivators who tested the medicine had more confidence in Yang Chen. Now with this method, basically as long as the medicinal effect stabilized, the alchemy master could clearly see how the medicinal effect worked, which was more intuitive than relying on others' description and observation. Of course, it was not without disadvantages. After all, the alchemy master might not have just the right disease or injury, and as long as it was medicine, most of it was used to cure diseases. Sometimes it was not so suitable. Didn't Yang Chen and Li Cheng have to give themselves a few cuts and swords in order to test the effect? In any case, Yang Chen and Li Cheng finally saw the situation after the new medicinal pill worked again. Sure enough, as expected by the two of them, after reducing the particles, there was finally an obvious and outstanding effect on the subtle injuries. In the same way, for the more subtle wounds, it was still not the slightest effect. This result was expected by the two of them. The final medicine just confirmed their previous guesses and did not bring them much surprise. He didn't know how Brother Li Cheng was, but Yang Chen had a very clear goal. In a short period of time, Yang Chen didn't have to think about breaking through the realm of the 9th grade alchemy master. Even if he went to the immortal world, it would still be a vague pursuit. But there was a very specific goal in front of him, which was to reduce the basic particles of the medicinal pill as much as possible, to the point where it could treat the slightest injuries. If he could do this step, in the words of Brother Li Cheng, among the 8th grade alchemy master, even if those predecessors in the immortal world are counted, Yang Chen could definitely be ranked in the top 10. This evaluation was simply beyond everyone's expectations. One must know that the 8th grade alchemy master in the immortal world, the worst, was estimated to have ascended to the immortal world for more than 2,000 years, and Yang Chen was only a younger generation junior who had only stayed in the spiritual world for 2,000 years. However, at least Yang Chen believed that if he could be ranked in the top 10 of the 8th grade alchemy master, then Brother Li Cheng's ranking must be ahead of him. In fact, it's also a surprise for me, and it gives me a clearer goal. When talking about this topic, Brother Li Cheng smiled and handed a jade bottle to Yang Chen and said with a smile, "You know, at our level, how difficult it is to find a direction to break through. In addition, you don't have to count me in the top 10. At this age, you are the best." Everyone didn't understand why Big Brother Li Cheng said this until Yang Chen opened the jade bottle and looked at the golden medicinal pill inside. Only then did they understand. On the medicinal pill that Big Brother Li Cheng gave Yang Chen, there were 9 incomparably clear pill marks. Chapter 2347. If it was said that everyone didn't understand Big Brother Li Cheng's words before, then they understood everything when they saw this pill. 9 pill veins. This pill was already a 9 revolution pill, which meant that Brother Li Cheng was a real level 9 alchemist master. As a level 9 alchemist master, he naturally didn't need to be ranked among the level 8 alchemist masters. However, this fact made everyone fall into silence for a while. The scene was silent. There was actually a level 9 alchemist master in the spiritual realm. If this was set out, many people would scoff at it. There should be a limit to joking. It was not a funny thing to play with common sense that everyone knew. However, since everyone knew that Yang Qin could successfully refine an 8-revolution pill and was already a real level 8 alchemist master. This itself had already surpassed the common sense of the spiritual realm. Since there was already someone who broke the common sense, it was not so incomprehensible to have another one. The problem was that even in the immortal world, a level 9 alchemist master was an extraordinary existence that countless true immortals had to look up to. He was actually lucky enough to know such a genius who was more monstrous than his husband in the spiritual realm. They knew that Brother Li Cheng might be more powerful than their husband. But at first, they only thought that Brother Li Cheng was just a little bit better than their husband and was still a level 8 alchemist master. They never thought that Brother Li Cheng was already such an incredible alchemy master. Yang Qin also laughed. From the mortal world to the spiritual realm, many cultivators said that they were alchemy masters, but compared with Brother Li Cheng, they were really far behind. As long as something was related to the Tao ancestor, it would definitely become so incredible. His gaze fell on the golden medicinal pill in his hand, and Yang Qin began to carefully observe this 9 revolutions medicinal pill. Any pill, no matter what grade, would turn golden as long as it went through the 9 revolution pill. This was also the origin of the name 9 revolution golden pill. The pill in front of him was no exception. The golden light was restrained and beautiful. It looked so simple that it made people's hair stand on end, but it exuded such a breathtaking charm. Even though Yang Qin had stayed in the immortal world for thousands of years in his previous life, and his cultivation had even reached the level of perfected golden immortal, he had never had the opportunity to see the 9 revolutions golden pill. He did have the opportunity to see a few 9th grade alchemists, but it was only from afar. He didn't even have the chance to get close to them. Holding the 9 transformations golden pill, Yang Qin felt as if he was in a dream and was in a trance. But very quickly, Yang Qin came back to his senses. Even the few high and mighty fairies who were famous in the immortal world in his previous life had become his wives and concubines. What else was impossible? When Yang Qin put away that incredible feeling and looked at the 9 cycles golden pill again with the eyes of the most professional alchemist, there was only appreciation and admiration in the alchemy skills, and there was no change in his thoughts. The successor of the Tao ancestor became a 9th grade alchemist in the spiritual realm. Was it worth making a fuss about? As long as one understood this principle, all the surprises could be easily resolved, and one could look at it with a normal heart. Since everything was natural, what was so incomprehensible about it? The 9 cycles golden pill was magnified to the limit in Yang Qin's sea of consciousness, and Yang Qin finally understood what kind of medicinal pill this 9 cycles golden pill was. It was the same Lingji mushroom jade pill, but it was the 9 cycles Lingji mushroom jade pill. There was no merit chapter, just the most basic method to refine the ordinary Lingji mushroom jade pill to the 9th grade. However, as long as the 9 revolutions refinement was successful, then even the most ordinary of pills would undergo a stunning transformation, becoming superior to all the previous grades of pills. This was the case with the golden pill in front of him. In Yang Qin's sea of consciousness, Yang Qin was able to see the most subtle structure of the medicinal pill, which gave him a comprehensive understanding of this golden pill. In terms of alchemy techniques, there seemed to be nothing particularly mysterious. It seemed to be carried out step by step. However, in this ordinary technique, the consistent step-by-step method was worth learning from Yang Qin. Very early on, Yang Qin knew that the more ordinary the technique was, the more basic it was. This applied not only to alchemy, but also to cultivation, weapon forging, and array formations. The Great Yin and Yang 5-element secret art were all the most basic original source cultivation methods. These original source cultivation methods could be said to be the most basic and purest cultivation methods. But when cultivating, it was this purest and most basic cultivation method that could provide Yang Qin with the purest original spirit power. This was a realistic example. The biggest feature of this 9 cycles golden pill's refining technique was stable. It was neutral and peaceful, without the slightest brilliance, but there was no mistake at all, which was amazing. This refining technique fully exerted the medicinal efficacy of the Lingji mushroom jade pill. Neither more nor less. Just right. This was the same as what Yang Qin had realized in the past, using good medicinal materials to refine good medicinal pills and ordinary medicinal materials to refine ordinary medicinal pills. Compared with this medicinal pill, Yang Chen's current refining method was actually the last refining stage. This was the gap in realms, and it was also a threshold for Yang Chen's controllability and refining level. In addition to these, it could be said that the previous 8 stages of refining, Yang Chen had reached or even surpassed the level of this 9 cycles golden pill. After all, this 9 cycles golden pill did not go through the process of refining each medicinal material with the most suitable fire seed like Yang Chen, and did not use the most suitable fire seed for the final refining. From beginning to end, only one kind of fire seed was used to complete it. In this regard, although Big Brother Li Cheng's realm was high, there was still a natural deficiency in the fire seed. However, the gap in the last stage was by no means a simple threshold. For the vast majority of alchemists, this seemingly inconspicuous threshold could not be crossed in their lifetime. Those who could cross it were 1 in 10,000 miles. Even if they crossed it, many alchemists could only do it with the most basic qi nourishing pill and essence cultivating pill. For slightly more complicated medicinal pills, they could only be helpless. In addition to the refining technique, which made Yang Qin see the gap, Yang Qin also saw the gap in the most basic particles of the medicinal pill. The last time Yang Qin and Li Chang refined it in the first stage, the size of the medicinal pill particles could only reach the magnitude seen by the first stage internal inspection liquid, and could not reach the level of the 8th stage internal inspection liquid. Perhaps after the 8th stage of refining, the basic particles of the medicinal pill could be shrunk a little more, but it was certainly impossible to reach that level. Both of them understood this truth, so they did not continue to refine it more. However, this 9 cycles golden pill only added the last stage of refining, but it had undergone a qualitative change. The medicinal pill particles were even smaller than the most basic particles observed by Yang Qin. Chapter 2348. This also meant that the 9 cycles golden elixir could easily enter the most basic structure of the physical body and completely heal the subtle level of injury. Perhaps there was such a gap between the last level of refining. But Yang Chen was not surprised by this. It was not surprising that the 9 cycles golden elixir could solve this level of injury. Otherwise, those true immortals in the immortal realm would not be so eager to get it. It could be said that this elixir was a dignified elixir. It was refined with the most basic technique and the most conventional refining process. It was a mediocre elixir that conformed to all the common sense of alchemy and all the standards of alchemy. Similarly, this elixir was also the most standard example, so that Yang Chen could see the highest level and achievements of an alchemist. This was simply a teaching example left by elder brother Li Chang to Yang Chen, so that Yang Chen knew the path he should take in the future. Others may only know that this was a 9 cycles golden elixir that could have extraordinary medicinal effects, but they did not understand what this elixir really meant. But Yang Chen knew that this was his future path. At the same time, it was also a spur. Yang Chen would not forget what he and elder brother Li Chang discovered not long ago and what they wanted to solve. Elder brother Li Chang must have left this elixir in the hope that he could find a solution when he was a grade 8 alchemist and then completely surpass him. Sometimes the realm did not mean everything. Just like the elixir refined by Yang Chen at the first level, the effect was already better than the level of ordinary grade 7 alchemists. If Yang Chen's 8 cycles golden elixir could surpass this golden elixir, it must mean that Yang Chen had made a huge breakthrough. The 9 cycles golden elixir was not kept in Yang Chen's hands for a long time. When Yang Chen studied it inside and out and felt that the research was thorough enough, Yang Chen repeated the previous process again, used the 8 cycles internal inspection liquid, and then ate the 9 cycles golden elixir that countless people treasured. No matter how good the appearance of the pill was, how clear the structure was, or how brilliant the technique was, it was still reflected in the medicinal effect after taking the pill. Yang Qin also wanted to fully experience the difference between the 9 revolutions golden pill and ordinary pills. This was the first time in his previous life and this life. All the women watched as their husband swallowed the pill that everyone coveted, but none of them felt reluctant. They knew very well that their husband would definitely have a deeper understanding after taking this pill. Perhaps in the near future, they would be able to use the 9 transformations golden pill refined by their husband. Even if their husband could not break through to the 9th grade pill refinement master in a short time, they still firmly believed that her husband would have a qualitative improvement in the 8th revolution pill concoction. That was their unreserved trust in her husband. With just 1 golden core, everyone no longer had any worries about the outcome of the war with the Zhao family. Even if Brother Li Cheng had already made it clear that he would not take the initiative to participate in the direct confrontation. Sometimes the building of confidence was magical. A small, seemingly unrelated thing could lead to a completely different outcome. Yang Qin finally felt the difference between the 9 revolutions golden pill and the 8 revolutions pill. It sounded like there was only one more revolution in the name, and then it became a specific thing called golden pill. In essence, it was still the Lingji mushroom jade pill, but after eating it, he found that it was really 2 different things. The way to enter the blood was exactly the same, but the state of preservation in the blood was different. The size of the basic particles of the pill was also different. The 9 revolutions golden pill could easily penetrate into the basic structure of the body and easily solve the problems that the 8 revolutions pill could not solve. The medicinal power of the 9 revolutions golden pill was so strong that the same injury could be completely cured with only half of the basic particles of the 8 revolutions golden pill. Reaching the 9 revolutions pill concoction was indeed a leap. Not only that if there was no wound to consume the medicinal power, then the basic particles of those pills would remain in the blood, very stable, and would not decrease with time and cultivation. Only when the next wound appeared would it continue to take effect. In other words, if Yang Qin wasn't injured now, at least for a long time, he didn't have to worry about how to recover after he was injured. Elder brother Li Cheng really gave Yang Qin a good direction to strive for. At least, Yang Qin didn't dare to think that he was great in alchemy anymore. Although Yang Qin had realized this a long time ago, elder brother Li Cheng's kindness still made him very happy. Elder Yao, the golden immortal of the Xuanwu Academy, had also been in Chunyang Palace for some time. After using the internal inspection fluid, he should be the one who benefited the most. It would take hundreds of years to improve a small realm in the immortal world. But he didn't expect that it could be done in the spiritual world with only one kind of elixir from Master Yang. Elder Yao was very grateful to Master Yang, so he specially asked to see Yang Qin in person after his retreat to improve his realm. Strictly speaking, he was also living under someone else's roof, and he received such great benefits from others. In any case, he had to thank him personally. Elder Yao followed the etiquette. His posture was very low, and he solemnly asked to see Yang Qin to thank him in person. When the senior came to visit, Yang Qin certainly had to give him face. If not for anything else, he had to form a good relationship. Therefore, Yang Qin also came forward to receive Elder Yao politely. When he saw Yang Qin again, Elder Yao didn't pay much attention at first. Recently, there were many cultivators like Yang Qin in Chunyang Palace who were full of vitality. It was not surprising that Yang Qin was also in such a state. However, Elder Yao seemed to suddenly realize something. With an incredible expression on his face, he stared at Yang Qin for a long time, which made Yang Qin a little surprised. He didn't know what Elder Yao meant. This is the 9 revolutions golden pill. Elder Yao's tone was full of uncertainty, but his eyes were filled with incomparable hope as he looked at Yang Qin and asked. When Elder Yao's words came out, Yang Qin was also shocked. He saw through it just like that. However, thinking about it, it was normal. After all, Elder Yao was also an expert from the lower realm of the immortal world. To be chosen by the Black Tortoise Academy's upper echelon, he should be a disciple that was specially nurtured. It was normal for him to have seen the 9 Revolutions golden pill. Even if he hadn't seen it before, it wasn't a rare thing to hear about it. Senior has good eyesight. Since the other party saw through it, Yang Qin didn't hide it anymore. There was no need to. Moreover, letting the other party know about the 9 Revolutions golden pill would indirectly increase his confidence, which would be of great benefit to fighting against the Zhao family. Master, you refined it? When Elder Yao asked this question, he couldn't believe it at all. However, if Master Yang didn't refine it himself, how would there be a chance to obtain the 9 Revolutions golden pill in the spiritual realm? I don't have such ability at the moment. Yang Qin denied with a smile. I was just lucky. Chapter 2349. Luck? If Elder Yao was a cultivator who believed in getting a 9 transformation golden pill in the spiritual realm, he would never be a golden immortal. How could such a naive cultivator ascend to the immortal realm safely? Elder Yao was not a naive person, so he did not believe Yang Chen's words at all. Perhaps there was luck, but it was definitely not just luck that determined the outcome. At that moment, Elder Yao, a golden immortal who was undergoing tribulation, was trembling slightly. Elder Yao could not help but be excited. 9 transformation golden pill. That meant that there was a level 9 pill refiner behind him. Even in the immortal realm, in a super sect like the Black Tortoise Academy, the number of level 9 pill refiners could be counted on one hand. The dignified Black Heaven sect, a powerhouse that controlled the heavenly court, only had a dozen level 9 pill refiners in the sect, and each of them was in 10,000 tribulation true immortal. Normally, being able to obtain a golden 9 transformations pill was something worth celebrating in the immortal world, let alone in the spiritual realm. If Elder Yao did not even understand the importance of this, he would not have been sent to the spiritual realm by the Black Tortoise Academy. I will never forget Master Yang's kindness. If Master Yang has any errands for me in the future, please let me know. I will risk my life to help you. At this time, if Elder Yao still didn't know how to face his relationship with Yang Qin, then Elder Yao was a fool. Without saying a word, Elder Yao first expressed his determination to stand on Yang Chen's side. He even addressed himself as Elder Yao instead of the seat. No one knew better than Elder Yao how difficult it was to obtain a 9 transformation golden pill in the immortal realm. He had ascended to the immortal realm for so many years, but so far he had only heard of the 9 transformation golden pill and what it looked like after eating it. He had never seen it with his own eyes. This was in the immortal realm. If it was in the spiritual realm, it would be unthinkable. However, this scene actually happened in front of him. Master Yang in front of him, through some unknown means, actually got a 9 transformation golden pill, and he even ate it. This alone was enough to shake the entire spiritual realm. But Master Yang seemed to be unaffected. If Elder Yao hadn't seen the signs himself, perhaps Grandmaster Yang wouldn't have admitted it. He had always thought that Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Zhou Sheng was the biggest surprise in the spiritual world. Later, he discovered that the Zhao family's Dragon Clan's expert was the one. He never expected that Master Yang was the one. No matter how strong an expert was, could they be more shocked than a 9th grade alchemist? So what if he was a perfected golden immortal? Many 10,000 tribulation true immortals could not even beg for a 9 transformations golden elixir. Compared to Master Yang, whether it was Zhou Sheng or the Zhao family's Dragon Clan experts, they were not worth mentioning. When Grandmaster Yang said that he was not a 9th tier pill master yet, Elder Yao believed him. But this didn't lower his evaluation of Yang Qin. If he ascended to the immortal world in the future, Grandmaster Yang was the most likely candidate to become a 9th grade alchemist. Not to mention anything else, The internal inspection fluid alone made his eyes light up. How many peak 8th grade alchemists had not thought of a new drug, but a 7th grade alchemist in the spiritual world had already refined it. As for the origin of Grandmaster Yang's 9 transformations golden elixir, Elder Yao directly thought of a possibility. It was said that at the auction in the Reincarnation Valley, there was a mysterious woman next to Grandmaster Yang. The veil on her face was personally refined by the expert in the immortal world, who made people tremble at the mention of his name. The veil could not be a natal magic weapon. So, since that person could send the veil down, it was not a problem to send down a 9 transformations golden elixir. Even that mysterious woman was very important. It was not a big deal to carry 8 or 10 of them with her. It was difficult for Elder Yao to ask for a 9 transformations golden elixir. But if it was that person, it was nothing to carry it around and eat it like candy. This news was accidentally revealed by the Golden Immortal from the lower realm in Wuji Demon School. After Elder Yao accidentally learned about it, he regretted it. Now that he thought about this 9 transformations golden elixir, many things could come to light. Why could Grandmaster Yang have such a high level of alchemy? Apart from Grandmaster Yang's outstanding talent, having this level of elixir for Grandmaster Yang to study was probably one of the important reasons. Perhaps even Yang Qin himself could not imagine that Elder Yao had already thought of so much in such a short time. He had even thought of the origin of the 9 transformations golden elixir for Yang Qin. However, he did not know how Yang Qin would feel if he knew what Elder Yao was thinking. Logically speaking, that existence that could not be named should be the current Heavenly Court's enemy. However, Elder Yao had experienced the change of ownership of the Heavenly Court. He knew better than anyone in the spiritual realm how terrifying that person was. If he could be on good terms with Yang Qin in the spiritual world and thus indirectly form a good relationship with that person, he was willing to let Elder Yao pay a big price. After guessing Yang Qin's backer, Elder Yao became more confident about the outcome of the war with the Zhao family. It must be known that Yang Qin had not allowed that mysterious woman to make a move since the beginning, not even during the battle to save the Black Heaven sect. Such a big trump card had not been revealed yet. He believed that if the Zhao family faced her one day, there would definitely be an unexpected surprise. Of course, Yang Qin would not refuse Elder Yao's intention to be on good terms. Currently, Black Tortoise Academy was actually in a very awkward situation. The mortal world had Black Tortoise Academy, the immortal world had Black Tortoise Academy, but the spiritual realm just had to be cut off. This situation would inevitably lead to one consequence. For a very long time, Black Tortoise Academy in the immortal world would face the same situation as the Black Heaven sect in the spiritual realm. There was a huge possibility that after the Zhao family was destroyed, Elder Yao would have to stay in the spiritual realm and single-handedly support Black Tortoise Academy in the spiritual realm. The major sects would never be happy to see Black Tortoise Academy decline, but have a chance to rise. They would definitely secretly suppress it. Therefore, it was inevitable to be on good terms with a sect that could support each other. Now that Elder Yao had received such a great favor in Chunyang Palace, he would naturally return the favor in the future. After all, Elder Yao was also a golden immortal who had crossed the tribulation. Under the deliberate friendship, the development of Chunyang Palace would definitely get faster and faster. Becoming another super sect was by no means a dream. Both sides had their own thoughts, but they were certain of one thing, which was to become close allies for the time being. Yang Qin did not expect that he just ate a 9 transformations golden pill given by Big Brother Li Cheng to test the medicinal properties. The result was that it could lead to such a result, which was also a pleasant surprise. While all parties were busy preparing, the United Commander finally decided to take the initiative to strike first. However, before the real confrontation with the Zhao family, they must first solve the puppets controlled by Yang, Xi's Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra. It was still very reasonable to settle the internal affairs before resisting the external forces. Chapter 2350. The cultivators controlled by Yanlan were not necessarily bad people, but they were ambushed for a while, and they couldn't help it. For these people, in fact, there was also a controversy within the Joint Command at the beginning. Whether they should be killed or controlled, they argued for a long time. In the end, the opinion of the Lord prevailed. In the end, those people were actually innocent because they were ambushed. They had to be controlled. God has the virtue of cherishing life. When it is possible not to kill, it is better to minimize some killing. It must be known that Yanlan controlled some people in important positions this time. Killing one may cause a series of turmoil. Moreover, Yanlan's control was strict. Unless they were attacked at the same time, otherwise, as long as a few of them were moved, Yanlan would definitely find abnormalities. Once Yanlan was allowed to launch, so many key figures would attack at the same time. I am afraid that the Joint Command will have a headache. Moreover, since it was an important key position, these cultivators in each sect could not be easily given up and ignored. The opinions of each sect must also be considered. The reason why the Joint Command has not moved for such a long time, in addition to exploring the whereabouts of the Zhao family's nest in the monster realm, it may not be that there is no reason to properly arrange these people. They can't be killed, and they can't be left alone. The Joint Command's head hurt from the quarrel. However, someone finally thought of a way to refer to and proposed it at the Joint Command meeting. The method was still based on the Chunyang Palace's resistance against the masters of the Xiantian sect. The sect-level immortals' cave mansion nested in the past. Since the other party controlled the puppets through spiritual awareness, then using a dozen immortals' cave nested, each of the innermost layers of the immortals' cave was arranged with a set of spiritual awareness isolation methods. Could these controlled puppets be sent here to cut off Yanlan's control? This was a method that could be considered. The sect-level immortals' cave may not be able to come up with so many, but the ordinary immortals' cave was definitely enough. The head of the Joint Command, the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, immediately let the disciples of her sect start experimenting. The Green Jade Immortal Island had a controlled disciple. Under the order of the island master, he entered the deepest part of the immortal's cave without any precautions. Because he was ordered to retreat and cultivate a secret cultivation method of the sect before, this statement did not arouse Yanlan's suspicion. Suddenly cutting off the perception of the puppet did not make Yanlan have a further reaction. After all, he was in seclusion, and he had definitely entered the core cave of the sect. It was normal for him to be unable to control it. When the Golden Immortal Tribulation, transcending Golden Immortal, faced this controlled disciple, he told him the truth. The controlled disciple was shocked. He couldn't remember when he had been plotted against. For the time being, the puppet disciple couldn't get rid of Yanlan's spiritual seed, but he still stayed in the deepest part of the cave abode and let the Golden Immortal seal him. At least this was much better than being killed by his grandmaster. Moreover, he still had a chance to regain his freedom after killing Yanlan. If Yanlan could perceive it, he would definitely react to this kind of action of the puppet disciple, but he did not do it for a long time, which meant that this method was indeed effective. As soon as the experiment was a success, there were no more objections from the Joint Command. No one wanted to lose the important disciples of their own sect. Since there was such a way to save their lives, then they would try to use this method to save the lives of their own disciples. The cultivators controlled by Yanlan, for various reasons, either retreated or visited friends somewhere, and then disappeared almost on the same day. Such a huge plan involved so many cultivators. Just to let them concentrate on cutting off contact with Yanlan at the same time, it used almost 20,000 to 30,000 loyal disciples of the Joint Command. Even so, there were still inevitable omissions. Almost 2,000 cultivators did not grasp the time well and entered the cave abode that had been arranged in time. However, compared to the more than 16,000 puppets discovered by the Joint Command before, these more than 2,000 cultivators were already a very small part. Most of the disciples of the super sect and the big sect have entered the safe cave abode. Even if the rest of them had an accident, the harm would be negligible. With such a large-scale puppet missing, even if Yanlan was stupid, he knew that there was a problem. When he explored the state of the puppets that could still be contacted, he was shocked. Without saying anything, he immediately controlled the puppets that could still be controlled to attack. Unfortunately, it was obviously too late to attack at this time. Beside each puppet, there were at least 3 cultivators with higher cultivation bases than the puppets. They were afraid that once these puppets attacked, they would not be able to clean them up. Therefore, as soon as Yanlan commanded the attack, the cultivators who were monitoring over there immediately took action. The formation and several specially prepared magic weapons were used to subdue the puppets as quickly as possible. This was an emergency measure that had been arranged for a long time. The Joint Command did not want to bear the charge of killing innocent people, so they tried to adopt the method of capturing them alive. After capturing the puppets, they immediately threw them into the cave abode that these masters carried with them and tried to keep these puppets alive as much as possible. Yanlan still found it a little late, and the disposal method was not decisive enough. When he found that his puppets were seen through, he did not immediately control these puppets to explode. This hesitation allowed the masters of the Joint Command to save the lives of almost 1,500 puppets. But that was all. There were still more than 600 cultivators who, after Yang Chun found out that something was wrong, immediately controlled the explosion and died. Hundreds of masters who besieged the puppets and tried to capture them were also injured. In general, Yanglan's puppets caused less than 800 casualties to the Joint Command. This was negligible for the damage that could be caused by more than 16,000 puppets that had been controlled by Yanglan. After the news came back from everywhere and the puppets were sent, the Joint Command finally breathed a long sigh of relief after the statistics were calculated. It could be said that it was a great success to solve more than 16,000 puppets at such a price. Yanglan had carefully arranged for many years. As a result, he was caught by the Joint Command in a short period of a few years. His painstaking efforts did not play its due role. It was not known how depressed Yanglan was now. In any case, the Joint Command seized another opportunity in the war against the Zhao family and made a good start. With such a large number of puppets being controlled, even if there were a few fish that escaped the net, it was no longer a concern. At this point, the sect in the spiritual realm has finally eliminated the internal hidden dangers, and most of their energy can be concentrated on the upright confrontation with the Zhao family. As long as Yang Qin is still here, even if those insignificant chess pieces are all thrown away, what's the harm? In the Zhao family of the demon realm, Yanglan said with an unwilling expression on his face. Chapter 2351. Even if Yanglan said that he didn't care, he still couldn't let it go. In order to control more than 16,000 puppets, Yanglan didn't know how much effort he had put in and how much preparation he had made in secret. As a result, all of them were lost overnight. No one could accept it calmly. Originally, Yanglan thought that his technique was secretive enough and there were not many targets. He just chose the most critical cultivators to do it, but he didn't expect to miss his tracks. Yanglan didn't know what went wrong with him. He hadn't been in the spiritual world for at least hundreds of years. It was incredible that he was still discovered. After thinking about it, the most likely reason was that when Zhou Shan was provoked, the great principal golden immortals of the Xiantian sect really didn't have enough reason to make a move against those masters of the sect, but they suddenly started a massacre. Even if those guys misunderstood at the time, after the Xiantian sect was destroyed, someone would always see through all the arrangements and investigate in detail. It seemed that this was the only reason that could explain it. There were no other possibilities. But even if he knew that he had exposed himself in this matter, Yanglan still felt pain. If he had known this earlier, he should have let those guys attack earlier, better than being silently surrounded by dumplings. At this time, Yanglan was a little resentful of the senior members of the Zhao family. They wanted to do big things, but they were afraid of casualties. As early as after the Xiantian sect was destroyed, The Zhao family should have immediately mobilized a large number of troops to attack any super sect. After all, at that time, the masters of those super sect were rushing to help the Xiantian sect. Their own sect was empty, so it was the best time to make a move. Unfortunately, they were afraid of more casualties, so that a good opportunity would be lost. If hundreds of Xian immortal masters went to destroy any super sect at that time, the Zhao family would have the absolute upper hand in the comparison of strength between the two sides, instead of the current situation where the Zhao family seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact the Zhao family was slightly inferior. If the Zhao family had a super alchemist like Yangqin, at least the injuries of those golden immortal masters would recover quickly, and they wouldn't have wasted so many years in vain. The stupidest thing was that the senior members of the Zhao family actually pinned their hopes on the Dragon Clan master. This was the biggest joke. That guy was clearly using the Zhao family. Did they really think that such a master would listen to the Zhao family? If the Zhao family had made a move earlier and cooperated with the puppets, the Zhao family would have definitely gained the upper hand again. They wouldn't have lost their puppets in exchange for negligible losses to the sects in the spiritual realm. No matter how resentful and dissatisfied Yanglan was, it had become a fait accompli that the puppets in the spiritual world controlled by him had been wiped out, and it could no longer be recovered. Yanglan's heart was very painful, but what he hated more was that the Zhao family actually waited for the Dragon Master to make further progress before they dared to fight against the sects in the spiritual world. Even the mortal generals knew that the battle would be over in a flash, but the family gave the sect to the Zhao family. These high-level members of the Zhao family were simply a group of pigs. They couldn't see the situation clearly, they couldn't seize the opportunity, and even their biggest reliance was unreliable. In this case, don't blame Yanglan for being impolite. As Li Cheng saw, Yanglan not only controlled a large number of puppets in the spiritual world, but he also did the same thing in the Zhao family. It was just that the Zhao family had masters in several of the most critical positions, and he couldn't find a suitable opportunity for a while. Before, Yanglan still worried about the serious consequences if he acted too hastily. But now, Yanglan couldn't care less. If there was no suitable opportunity, then he would take the initiative to create an opportunity. Right now, there was a good opportunity. The golden immortal masters of the major sect were looking for the whereabouts of the Zhao family's lair. Yanglan had to take advantage of it. The Zhao family was not a whim of Yanglan, but a premeditated plan. Yanglan's nature was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He would never be grateful to any sect, even to the Zhao family who saved him. After destroying the Xiantian sect, Yanglan took over the hatred in his heart. At that time, Yanglan was the most comfortable. However, in addition to his hatred, he also had a huge dissatisfaction. The destruction of the Xiantian sect was not thorough enough, and there were still fish that escaped the net. What made Yanglan even more upset was that these fish that escaped the net ended up benefiting Chunying Palace and Yangqin, which was the most uncomfortable place for him. Fortunately, he had secretly controlled Yangqin for a long time. After thinking about it, the Xiantian sect finally benefited Yanglan. Now, most of the puppets had been cleaned by the major sect in the spiritual world, but Yangqin had not been treated like this. This made Yanglan very proud. He had arranged this step early, and no one dared to doubt Yangqin easily. When he thought of the scene where Yangqin and Chunying Palace suddenly changed sides when the major sect and the Zhao family were fighting each other, Yanglan couldn't help but want to laugh proudly. Yangqin was not only Yangqin, but the entire Chunying Palace only followed Yangqin's lead. When the Xiantian sect was destroyed, Yanglan knew that Yangqin had 2 masters of the Dragon Clan and a golden immortal master. These forces added up, including Yangqin's elixir, were enough for him to unify the spiritual world. I'm afraid that the pigs of the Zhao family would never dream that when Yanglan first met the master of the Dragon Clan, it was also when the guy happened to have a problem with his cultivation. Yanglan planted the seed of the great Free Demon Heart Sutra in the sea of consciousness of the master of the Dragon Clan without any effort. The master of the dragon clan had actually been Yanglan's slave for a long time. The reason why Yanglan could hold his breath was that the master of the dragon clan was refining the demon realm. The master of the dragon clan had a terrifying magic weapon in his hands that could refine the demon realm. When that day came, it would be the time when Yanglan unified the spiritual world. A few decades ago, the master of the dragon clan could use such a magic weapon to block the self-explosion of the great principal golden immortal. After a few decades, if he refined more demon realms, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? If Yang Chen's immortal beheading blade was counted, Yanglan couldn't think of any master in the spiritual world that could stop his footsteps. When he thought that the entire spiritual world was about to tremble under his own will, Yanglan had an unspeakable excitement. He even forgot the pain of losing more than 10,000 puppets that he had worked hard to accumulate for many years. After being proud, Yanglan began to prepare for his own actions. First of all, with the power of the golden immortals of the major sect, he would remove or control the masters of the Zhao family who were not under his control. Chapter 2352. If there was more time, Yanglan would still have the opportunity to control those few experts. However, it was a pity that, from the way the major sect eliminated the puppets, the major sect would not give the Zhao family much time. This also meant that Yanglan could not get much time. Since he could not get it, he could only destroy it. After destroying those few high-ranking experts, the rest would naturally be up to Yanglan. The huge Zhao family would be under Yanglan's control. The golden immortal experts of the Zhao family were basically recuperating and would not interfere with the affairs of the Zhao family for the time being. Most of the time, these golden immortal experts were very disciplined. They were only responsible for fighting and did not care about the affairs of the younger generation. This was also one of the reasons why the Zhao family could maintain an equal footing with the major sect in the early stage. For the time being, Yanglan did not want to touch them. These were the forces that he could control in the future. The top priority was to get rid of the few guys in front of him. As long as they were cleared, the Zhao family would be under Yanglan's control. If these golden immortal experts cooperated, then he would continue. If not, the Dragon Clan expert would not be a vegetarian. The golden immortal experts of the major sect would definitely not think that the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao family knew their whereabouts clearly. Although Yanglan did not understand how he did it, he could also guess that it was related to the refining of the demon realm. The experts of the dragon race were refining the spatial zone, but these golden immortal experts had recklessly appeared in this spatial zone. This was simply courting death. If it was not to maintain the pressure on the Zhao family, Yanglan would have already let the Dragon Clan expert deal with these golden immortal experts. It was easy to trick the Zhao family experts. As long as Yanglan used his brain, he could make a puppet of the Zhao family take the initiative to jump out and report to one of the high-level experts of the Zhao family. He found a hidden golden immortal expert of a sect who was seriously injured and let that expert decide. A golden immortal expert who was alone and seriously injured was simply a big pie falling from the sky. How could such a good thing be easily shared by all the high-level experts of the Zhao family? No matter what, he had to be the only one to take credit for such a huge contribution. Being overjoyed was not the exclusive right of some senior members of the sect. It was also prevalent within the Zhao family. In fact, it was even more prevalent than the sect outside. After all, the Zhao family was a behemoth that was even stronger than the mysterious Heaven sect. Controlling more of the Zhao family would mean great benefits, and no one would be willing to share the benefits with others. If it was a tough bone that they couldn't chew, then it was only right for everyone to share the risk. However, if it was a credit that they could obtain, then it was a completely different matter. This kind of mentality the Zhao family master has, Yanglan also understands very well. After carefully inquiring about the situation of the lone golden immortal, the expert of the Zhao family was finally sure that he was going to hit the jackpot. Putting aside the fact that he would be able to gain countless benefits from killing that golden immortal expert, he would be able to gain countless benefits from the golden immortal expert. quietly taking a few trusted experts with him. Yang Lan's goal was to let the puppet lead the way and go straight to the place where he found the lone gold immortal. In order to avoid being discovered by others and share the credit, he even set up a temporary retreat and stayed in the puppet's cave abode before leaving the nest. At this point, basically, this Zhao family master has been completely played by Yang Lan. Yang Lan controlled the puppet and easily brought the cave abode to the circle where the golden immortals of the major sect were patrolling. Several golden immortal experts were looking for the Zhao family's nest in the demon realm, but the demon realm was so big that they hadn't found the right place even after hundreds of years of entering. Just when everyone was about to lose their patience, they suddenly discovered a pleasant surprise. The puppet had never thought of hiding its figure from the beginning to the end, so it was discovered by the golden immortal experts from thousands of miles away. This was the first time they found the cultivators of the Zhao family after entering the demon realm, so they were all happy. When the Zhao family master was released from the cave abode by the puppet, he was shocked to find that he and several Xian immortal experts had fallen into the encirclement of 8 golden immortals. There was no accident in the course of the battle. What should have happened happened, and what should not have happened did not happen. The puppet exploded and died. The high-level expert of the Zhao family only thought that the puppet had accidentally fallen into the trap of these golden immortals, but he didn't think more. The cultivators of the Zhao family who came out this time were all tough guys. When they found that they had no hope of escaping and could not defeat these golden immortal experts, they all chose to explode and die like the puppet. The golden immortal experts still hadn't found the specific location of the Zhao family, but Yang Lan had quietly buried an expert of the Zhao family in front of him. The entire Zhao family was completely confused and had no idea what had happened. Under Yang Lan's control, he killed 3 high-level experts of the Zhao family who he couldn't control with the same method. Only the last one was left standing in front of him. The disappearance of the 3 high-level experts had attracted the collective attention of the high-level experts of the Zhao family. Yang Lan could no longer use the same trick. However, at this point, Yang Lan didn't need to do anything anymore. All the high-level experts were aware of the crisis and began to gather together to discuss countermeasures. Among the high-level experts who participated in the discussion, only Yang Lan didn't control them. Basically, the process of the discussion was carried out according to Yang Lan's will. Soon, the high-level experts came to a conclusion that all the disciples of the Zhao family should be prepared to launch a war with the major sect at any time. The golden immortal experts who were exploring the demon realm didn't expect that their whereabouts were all under the surveillance of the Zhao family. They didn't even understand that they were the ones who took the initiative to bump into them, just like how Gong Sunling opened the geographical map of the mountain river and let those experts take the initiative to enter. Perhaps they had never thought that the world they were in was the target of other cultivators' refinement. If the experts of the Dragon Clan suddenly launched an attack, they might not be able to subdue these golden immortals instantly. After all, the other party had the advantage in numbers. However, if the golden immortal experts of the Zhao family were added, it was inevitable that they would have the upper hand. As long as they put in some effort, it was not impossible to finish off these golden immortal experts who rashly entered the demon realm before the follow-up reinforcements arrived. Just when Yang Lan had mobilized all the resources, and even the experts of the Dragon Clan were ready, a sudden change occurred. The demon realm, refined by Gong Sunling's geographical map of the mountain river, finally encountered the demon realm, refined by the Dragon Clan experts of the Zhao family. The 2 sides were refined to the same place and inevitably collided. Suddenly, both sides were aware of each other's existence. More coincidentally, the location of the golden immortal experts of the major sect happened to be at the junction of the 2 sides. Chapter 2353. The collision of the 2 refined spaces came so suddenly that before any other cultivators could react, an earth-shattering movement began to break out. At a certain place that should be the dividing line, there was a loud rumble and a mountain range appeared out of thin air. The flat land on both sides seemed to be squeezed together by an invisible big hand. Under the violent collision, the place of contact instantly bulged. The whole earth kept shaking in the roar. That kind of movement was like the end of the world. Both sides, who were about to start a war, were shocked and immediately jumped up like rabbits that had been shot by an arrow. None of the cultivators dared to stay on the ground. All of them flew into the air and looked at the violent earthquake on the ground in horror. They felt the explosion of spirit energy from the collision of the two spaces, and they were extremely frightened. The cultivators sent by the major sect were all golden immortal cultivators. Even if they didn't know what happened at first, they could vaguely guess some inside information at this time when the movement was so big. At the thought that they had been walking around in a certain space that was refined by an unknown expert, these golden immortal experts felt a burst of fear in their hearts. Exploring and moving in someone else's space without any precaution was simply a blatant provocation and an act of courting death. They didn't know why the other party didn't make a move at that time, but after understanding this point, it was enough to make them break out in a cold sweat. The Zhao family was also shocked. This situation was beyond their expectations. They knew that the expert of the Dragon Clan was refining the demon realm. But what was going on with this collision with the demon realm controlled by the expert of the Dragon Clan? This was not in the plan of any of the higher-ups of the Zhao family, nor was it in the plan of Yonglan. The sudden change made the higher-ups of the Zhao family collectively dumbfounded. The refined demon realm that they had been relying on had actually met its match at this moment. The collision of the space was so strong that even a group of golden immortal experts, even if they were all flying in the air, could not guarantee that the violent collision would not affect them. At this time, there was no need to talk about finding out the inside story. They should hurry up and escape from these two deadly spaces that were refined by someone else. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the cultivators were, they could only be trapped in it and be trampled on. The collision of the two realms caused both sides to be unable to do their best to keep these cultivators here. If they didn't leave now, then when? However, the two spaces had already been refined and had even collided with each other. No matter which direction one fled to, it was impossible to leave the boundaries of the two spaces. At most, one could only enter one of them. At this time, it was up to both sides to make their own choices. The Zhao clan knew that their Dragon Clan experts were refining the demon realm, and they also knew the direction of their refinement. Without saying a word, the higher-ups of Zhao family and their golden immortal experts who had yet to fully recover rushed over. The golden immortal experts of each sect dared not delay and flew to the other side. No matter what, the ones who collided with the space controlled by the Zhao family were definitely not their own people. No matter who this hidden master was, they still understood the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Without hesitation, they rushed to Gong Suinling's side. Immediately, these golden immortal experts sensed the kindness of the owner of the space. An invisible barrier immediately appeared, isolating them from the earth-shattering movement. However, they did not take any further action, and even allowed them to observe the collision of the two spaces from a relatively safe place. Although the owner of the space did not explicitly say that they could do so, the arrangement and the meaning of not directing their next action were clear. Naturally, these golden immortal experts did not want to miss this opportunity. To be honest, such an opportunity was rare even among the experts in the immortal world. It was common for two cave mansions to collide with each other, but the collision of two spaces that were one step away from reaching the world level could be said to be unique. Just by observing the result of the collision of these two spaces, it was estimated that they would gain a lot of insights. Everyone had left the immortal world. Without the powerful spiritual pressure of the immortal world, it was already difficult for them to improve their cultivation base. If they did not seize this rare opportunity to gain insights, when would they be able to do so? The collision between the two spaces was still very intense. To some extent, it was no longer just a collision, but a fight for the other side's space. The very obvious dividing line moved from one side to the other, and the heaven and earth kept producing loud roars. Countless mountain peaks appeared out of thin air and then disappeared into thin air. The movement was so big that it was unforgettable. Even the dividing line could not be maintained in a straight line. It protruded a little here and retracted a little there, constantly changing. It seemed that the fight between the two sides was very strenuous. This was no longer a simple battle between cultivators. It was simply a war that used the entire world as a weapon. The heaven and earth had become their weapon. Which cultivator could have such power in battle? The golden immortal experts of the major sect were dumbfounded. The experts of the Zhao family also frowned. Everything that happened suddenly was out of the control of the higher-ups of both sides. This was not a good thing for either side. The key point was that in the face of such terrifying power, no matter how strong the experts were, they were all reduced to supporting roles. It seemed that the deciding factor of victory was no longer cultivation base. How could these experts not feel a little lost? The higher-ups of the Zhao family were the first to react. Such a situation was actually relatively good. Although they did not know what kind of expert the other side was, they knew that none of the golden immortals of the major sect in the mortal world had such a spatial world. As for the Zhao family space, they clearly knew that it was in the hands of the expert of the Dragon Clan. The expert's cultivation base was not inferior to these golden immortals who had crossed the tribulation. He might even be stronger than them. Although it seemed that the two sides were still evenly matched, it was believed that the major sect's side would soon fall into a disadvantageous position. The people on both sides were surprised, wondering who owned such a world and how the next war should be carried out. Yanglan was also stunned by this sudden scene. For a moment, his mind was blank, and he even forgot how to deal with this complicated situation. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the Zhao family did not know that they were being controlled. They were still dutifully thinking about how to deal with the crisis. The collision between the two sides lasted for a full 3 days. They were equally matched. Finally, both sides realized that such a collision could not determine the outcome of the battle in a short time. Everyone began to retreat tacitly. The two sides slowly separated, each keeping a distance of 10 feet. Then they began to speed up the refining in other directions, striving to gain the upper hand. Chapter 2354. At this point, the cultivators on both sides couldn't fight even if they wanted to. The Zhao family felt that it was a pity, but the golden immortal experts of each sect felt lucky. Originally, the Zhao family had taken them by surprise this time. They were well prepared and wanted to take down these golden immortal experts of the demon realm. In the end, they could only give up halfway. The golden immortal experts of each sect had a completely different mood. The happiness of escaping from death made them feel greatly relieved, but at the same time they were also afraid. It was really dangerous. If it weren't for the sudden collision of space, they would have been completely left behind. No matter who helped them, they all felt grateful. Fortunately, someone blocked the terrifying, refined space. Otherwise, the major sect would have no need to resist and could only surrender obediently. However, they were not in a hurry. Since the owner of the space had accepted them, they would definitely show up. Sure enough, as the golden immortal experts expected, the scene in front of them suddenly changed, and they were in a strange place. Then they saw a few familiar figures. Elder Yao of Xuanwu Academy was an old acquaintance. At this moment, he should be meditating in Chunyang Palace, but he was standing there. Standing next to Elder Yao was the alchemy master Yangchen, whom everyone was very familiar with, as well as his wives and concubines. Is this Master Yang's magic weapon? After meeting, Grandmaster Su of Wuji Demon School had long dealt with Yangchen. At this moment, he didn't care about being rude and asked Yangchen directly, "This is my wife's natal magic weapon." Yangchen didn't hide it and told the golden immortal experts directly. At this point, Yangchen no longer needed to hide anything. Since he was going to make a great contribution in the battle against the Zhao family, he naturally had to get the corresponding credit and treatment. He couldn't help the major sect solve the problem in silence. Gong Sunling took a few steps forward and bowed slightly to the golden immortal experts. Everyone understood that this was Gong Suinling's natal magic weapon. The reason why he told them that it was a natal magic treasure was so that they would not have any other thoughts. Otherwise, some cultivators felt that something like this shouldn't be in the hands of a few low-level cultivators. If they had other thoughts, the consequences would most likely be very unpleasant. The few golden immortal experts began to ponder over the meaning behind it. At the same time, there were a few who looked at Elder Yao from the Black Tortoise Academy with inquiring eyes. Although the spiritual world's Black Tortoise Academy had already sided with the Zhao family, Elder Yao, who had fought alongside these golden immortal experts, was still able to gain their trust. Elder Yao smiled faintly when he saw these inquiring gazes, but he did not say anything. Ever since he knew that Yang Qin had taken the 9 transformations golden pill, he had firmly stood on Yang Chen's side. At least in the spiritual realm, he would not do anything that would harm Yang Chen's interests. Actually, until now, Elder Yao still did not know what happened. He only knew that Yang Chen invited him to the world of Gong Suinling's natal magic treasure, and as a result he saw these other golden immortal friends. Everyone had heard that Gong Suinling's natal magic treasure was a cave abode type. There was a period of time when Yang Chen plundered the entire spiritual realm for cave abode type magic treasures, just to upgrade Gong Suinling's natal magic treasure. Even the dozens of nested sect-level cave abodes in Chunying Palace were obtained at that time. The golden immortal masters who knew that at that time, they were afraid that what Gong Sunling got at that time was not just a simple ordinary immortal's cave, but other unexpected good things. As for the fact that Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had never entered the demon realm, but could refine the space of the demon realm, although everyone had thought of this matter, no one was smart enough to ask a question. Among the cultivators, who didn't have a little secret in cultivation, this matter is of great importance. We have to inform the Joint Command as soon as possible. Ancestor Su did not care about anything else and quickly expressed his attitude. The Zhao family now knew that the situation had changed, but the Joint Command had not yet arrived. They must be informed so that they could make appropriate arrangements. The next moment, everyone changed the scene again, and the scene in front of them became abnormally familiar. There was a huge exit which people could recognize at a glance. That was the entrance and exit of the demon realm and the spiritual realm. Everyone was slightly surprised in their hearts. Gong Sunling had unknowingly refined so much of the demon realm. If this entrance and exit could also be refined, then the Zhao family would be directly trapped in the demon realm and would not be able to get out. Unfortunately, everyone understood that although it was easy to refine some land, it was not easy to refine such a spatial entrance and exit. It seemed that Gong Sunling had to stop here. This made the several golden immortal experts feel a little better. Although Gong Suinling's refining space was powerful, it still had some weaknesses. Yang Chen saw the expressions of the golden immortal experts, but he did not intend to explain anything. He smiled and then made a gesture of invitation towards the spatial exit. Exiting from the spatial exit was the heavily armed forces of the various sections. It was to block the Zhao family's entrance and exit. At the same time, the Joint Command also had a high-level contact person here. Together with Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, the various Golden Immortal experts and Xuanwu Academy's elder, Yao, appeared at the exit of the demon realm. Soon, the higher-ups of the Joint Command appeared in front of everyone and brought them to the meeting place. All the higher-ups of the Joint Command had a serious look on their faces. The new situation was quickly explained to the Joint Command by a Golden Immortal representative. The Joint Command thought of the danger at that time and looked at the Golden Immortal experts in front of them who seemed to be unscathed, and all of them heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was an unforeseen event, otherwise the major sect would have suffered a crushing defeat. The Zhao family's attempt to refine the demon realm was finally seen through. What was even more gratifying was that the Joint Command also had countermeasures. Even if they couldn't counterattack, at least they could not fall into a disadvantageous position in a short period of time. The situation suddenly changed and all the previous arrangements had to be redone. But one thing was certain, Chunyang Palace was no longer the inferior sect that only had the right to know, but an important sect that everyone had to rely on. Since the demon realm can be refined, can we find the location of the Zhao family's lair? The island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island asked after pondering. The main purpose of the Golden Immortal experts entering the demon realm was to find the lair of the Zhao family. If they could skip this step, the Joint Command would be more relaxed. Reporting back to the island master, we haven't found it yet. The island master asked. Gong Sunling hurriedly replied, They are on the other side. Everyone nodded when they heard this. This was also normal. If Gong Sunling could directly refine the space with the Zhao family's lair, then they didn't have to do anything. They could just wait for the victory. Chapter 2355. In any case, it was a fact that the war situation had changed. Therefore, the way to deal with it had to change accordingly. Fortunately, the major sect still had Yangchen, Gong Sunling, and a magic weapon that could compete with the master of the Dragon Clan. At least, the major sect was in an invincible position. As for when Gong Sunling began to refine the realm of monsters, it was no longer important. What was important was that she could resist the invasion of the Zhao family. What the Joint Command wanted to know the most was how many realms of monsters Gong Sunling had refined, and whether she had taken half of the realm of monsters. If she could really compete with the Zhao family, then there was still a lot of hope, and it could be resolved without too many casualties. Of course, this was impossible. The Zhao family had been plotting against the realm of monsters for tens of thousands of years, not just 1 or 2 years. The preparation for refining had begun during the devil tribulation of the spiritual realm, and it had been more than 1,000 years. Gong Sunling had started refining the realm of monsters after refining the Heaven's Calamity Cemetery. Even if she had seized a lot of territory with the power of the Heaven's Calamity, it could not be compared to the thousands of years of refining. The Joint Command was not clear about the specifics, but everyone understood one thing. The Zhao family had been plotting against the realm of monsters for a much longer time than Gong Sunling. At most, Gong Sunling had only found a foothold in the realm of monsters. With this foothold, at least when fighting with the Zhao family, they would not be helpless because of the refined space. It could be considered as a stable backing for the major sect. Although the realm of monsters was not worse than the realm of monsters, the realm of monsters was not controlled by any cultivator. In this regard, the guy from the Zhao family who plotted against the realm of monsters at the beginning was simply delusional. How could he think of refining a realm? It was conceivable that after the Zhao family refined the realm of monsters without any hindrance, the next step would be the realm of monsters. At the thought of the situation after the entire realm of monsters was refined by the Zhao family, everyone shuddered. Inevitably, some people asked about the theory behind Gong Sunling's refinement of a realm. This was purely a discussion of cultivation, and it had nothing to do with the current situation. However, the cultivator was also very polite. He did not look down on Gong Sunling just because of her low status. The origin of the Mountain River geographical map was inevitably revealed. This was the Dragon Clan's sea-suppressing treasure. Because of a coincidence, it fell into the hands of Yangchen, and Yangchen gave it to Gong Sunling as her natal magic weapon. The Mountain River geographical map was born with the ability to devour space, so Yangchen spent a period of time frantically collecting immortal cave magic treasures to upgrade the Mountain River geographical map. Even the sect, which commanded all the higher-ups present, had provided Yangchen with a cave abode at that time. Gong Sunling frankly said that it was precisely because she had absorbed enough space and cave dwellings during that time that she had the ability to refine the demon realm. Continue refining with all your might. Refine as much as you can. After learning that the demon realm had not been completely refined by the two sides, the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island immediately instructed, since it has become like this, then they might as well do it to the end and grab as much territory as they can. Standing on their own side may determine the power of victory or defeat. Of course, they must vigorously cultivate. They can't just let them work without benefits. The major sect masters opened their bags and took out a batch of Immortal cave magic treasures again and handed them to Gong Sunling for refining, so that Gong Sunling could increase the power of the Mountain River geographical map. At this time, even if it was only to increase a little advantage, it was good. At least with the Mountain River geographical map, the Golden Immortal Masters no longer had to worry about the ubiquitous monster beasts of the demon realm. They could follow the pace of the refining of the Mountain River geographical map and explore the spiritual world on a larger scale. The Golden Immortal Masters did not realize that there were actually few monsters in the place where they were at the time. Everyone naturally thought that it was because the power of the spatial collision was too great and those monsters were driven away. They did not think that, in fact, the place where they were at the time was the immortal world in the Mountain River geographical map. According to the rules, these Golden Immortals could only stay in the immortal world. Even Lin Jingyuan and Madame Bai were no exception. Now, in the Mountain River geographical map, there were only a limited number of cultivators in the immortal world. Yang Qin and Gong Sunling did not want them to meet, so naturally they could not see many. And Yang Qin had to divide the refined demon realm into two, one part in the spiritual world and the other in the demon realm. Anyway, after the refinement, the third primordial spirit had the final say, so it was easy. The war had broken out, and everything needed to be efficient. After a short discussion, the senior members of the Joint Command decided to send most of the masters into the Mountain River geographical map, accompanied by Gong Sunling, so that they could observe the battle situation in the demon realm at any time and anywhere. Similarly, the refined demon realm was also used as the base of the major sect in the demon realm, to avoid fighting in the spiritual world and affect the cultivators of the entire spiritual world. This method, if used in an ordinary war, was equivalent to fighting in the enemy's territory. The difference was that the refined demon realm was still their own territory. Strictly speaking, it was their own property that was destroyed. For Yang Qin, the Joint Command still had absolute trust. The advantage of being stationed in the Mountain River geographical map was not only convenience, but also safety. Master Yang had enough medicinal pills to deal with at any time and anywhere. Even Master Yang's personal disciple, Mo Chunmei, who was also a promising 6th grade alchemist, was also stationed in the Mountain River geographical map and stepped up her alchemy. In this way, as long as the joint sect controlled the entrance and exit of the demon realm, all the battles would take place in the demon realm, and the gate of the spiritual world would be safe. This was the result that the major sects were most satisfied with. What everyone had to do now was to fight to the death with the Zhao family in the demon realm. As long as the Zhao family was eliminated, everything could return to a perfect track. The new situation also meant a new way of fighting. Now the major sect had sent masters into the Mountain River geographical map and appeared directly at the border between the two sides, and some small-scale battles broke out with the masters of the Zhao family who would appear from time to time. This kind of battle had become very frequent and very flexible. There was only a buffer zone of 10 feet between the two sides, and the battle took place in this area. Once they found that their side could not hold on, as long as they returned to their own area, they could leave at any time. Sometimes, when there was a battle in one place, a large number of masters would immediately follow, turning the small contact into a group fight. However, this kind of battle did not cause too much of a result. Both sides had learned well. Once they saw that the situation was not good, they would retreat immediately. It was not ruled out that some unlucky people were seriously injured and killed in the battle before they could leave the battlefield. However, there were only a few of them on both sides. The number was very small, and it did not affect the overall situation of the battle. Chapter 2356. Both sides had already discovered each other's traces, so all the refining actions became naked and undisguised. They began to fight for territory with great fanfare. The Zhao family was also very depressed. They had already started refining the monster realm for thousands of years, but they didn't expect it to be so difficult. After such a long time, they had only refined less than half of the monster realm. Many things happened during this period that the Zhao family was tired of dealing with. Especially in the past 2,000 years, there were many accidents, which directly delayed the refining process. Otherwise, according to the inertia of the later stages, the monster realm should have been refined by this time. They might even have been able to enter the spiritual realm. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable. First, something happened to the Zhao family in the mortal world, which then affected the layout of the Zhao family in the spiritual realm. After enduring for tens of thousands of years, they directly became the public enemy of the spiritual realm when they were exposed. If it weren't for the Zhao family's good management for so many years, they would have been wiped out by the major sect. Later, due to the mistakes of several high-level juniors of the Zhao family, the Three River Alliance, Holocaust sect, and 10,000 Monster sect were directly wiped out. In addition to the other small sect that secretly attached themselves to the Zhao family, the Zhao family lost nearly 10 million cultivators in the spiritual realm. Such a heavy loss was simply cutting off the Zhao family's flesh and blood. No one would be able to bear it. They finally succeeded in launching the demonic tribulation in the spiritual realm. But because Yang Chen broke the seal, the tens of thousands of years of planning had to be activated in advance. They almost failed at the last moment. In any case, they finally dealt with the mysterious Heaven sect and successfully destroyed the mysterious Heaven sect in the spiritual realm. At the same time, they also killed great Principal Golden Immortal Zhoushen. This time, the Zhao family had the upper hand. How good would it be if it could continue? Unfortunately, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling suddenly jumped out and were actually refining the monster realm. They even went head-on against the experts of the Zhao family. This time, it was much more interesting. Based on the current situation, the Zhao family had refined about 40% of the monster realm, while Gong Sunling had only grabbed 10% at most because of the short time. There was still 50% of the monster realm that had not been refined. Both sides were now frantically fighting for this part. This was what made the Zhao family even more upset. The Zhao family had been planning to refine the demon realm for more than 10,000 years. Not to mention the preparatory activities. Just the official refining time alone was more than 1,000 years, and only a mere 40% had been refined. However, Gong Sunling managed to snatch 10% from the Zhao family when she started refining it decades ago. The speed at which she refined it was absolutely shocking to those who knew about it. There was no other way. The Mountain River geographical map now had the third primordial spirit as the artifact spirit. It had a complete grasp of the heavenly Tao and was even divided into 3 realms. With the help of the 3 dragon spirits, it naturally had the upper hand over the Zhao family. The addition of the heavenly tribulation of the mortal world and the heavenly tribulation of the spiritual world made the Mountain River geographical map even more powerful. On the way to refining the world, there was no magic treasure more suitable than the Mountain River geographical map. This is not a complete calculation of the refining of the demon realm. The Mountain River geographical map has become a complete independent world. In this regard, the Zhao clan, who had started refining from the demon realm, simply could not compare. Of course, the entrance to the demon realm had already been refined. This entrance saved Gong Sunling at least a few decades to add a connection point between the 2 realms. This alone gave her a lot more time than the Zhao family. Now the 2 sides were competing for the remaining 50% of the demon realm, but the speed of the Mountain River geographical map was at least 3 times faster than the refining speed of the dragon clan master of the Zhao family. However, in the end, the Zhao family had the upper hand and still occupied most of the lead. If this trend continues undisturbed, in the end, the Zhao family would still be able to occupy almost half of the advantage in the demon realm. But if the demon realm and the heavenly tribulation were counted, the Mountain River geographical map still had the absolute upper hand. As long as it was done step by step, it could occupy a good situation. Unfortunately, sometimes things are really unpredictable. Things that should and should not always happen inadvertently which will directly affect the final result. The plundering of the demon realm territory lasted for almost half a year. Yang Qin, who was concentrating on his cultivation, suddenly received a message that several high-level members of the Joint Command had come to visit. Without saying a word, Yang Qin stopped his cultivation and came out to receive them. This was the time to show cooperation. Of course, Yang Qin would not be unruly, nor did he put on any airs. In order to make contact nearby, Yang Qin spent most of his time at the entrance to the demon realm. Now this was also the area where the high-level members of the Joint Command were located. Basically, the contact people of each sect were in this area. It was very convenient for the Joint Command to find people from any sect. Although it was a high-level visit, the real core high-level members of the sect masters, did not come. Only 8 or 9 high-level elders of each sect came. Basically, about half of the core high-level members of the Joint Command sect were in the sect. It is a great honor for the elders to visit. No matter what, it was always right for Yang Qin to be polite first. No one could find anything wrong with it. Several elders, under the hospitality of Yang Qin, said some polite and nutritious cliches, but during the conversation, they winked at each other from time to time, as if they had something to say but were embarrassed to say it. Seeing this situation, Yang Qin did not hold back and took the initiative to ask, "May I know what the elders are here for?" Seeing that Yang Qin also took the initiative to speak, the elders looked at each other, and then one of them spoke seriously. "Grandmaster Yang, these days, the army of the spiritual realm and the Zhao family have fought no less than hundreds of battles, and there have been casualties on both sides." The elder who spoke was a core elder from the Ghost Yin sect of the demon sect. His surname was Yu, and it seemed that these visiting elders were also led by him. This is normal. Since there are battles, there will definitely be casualties. It is inevitable. Yang Qin continued and waited for the next sentence. He found a strange situation. None of the elders who came to visit him were from the Dao sect, which was very strange. There are many golden immortals in the Zhao family, and they did not appear in the battle. Elder Yu of the Ghost Yin sect continued. "According to our guess, there is a high possibility that they are helping the dragon race expert of the Zhao family to refine the demon realm." "That is possible." Yang Qin nodded and admitted Elder Yu's words, but he did not say that there was a high possibility that he was recuperating. There are many golden immortals in the Zhao family who participated in the process of refining the demon realm. I am afraid it is a little disadvantageous for us. Elder Yu finally said the purpose of everyone's visit. Grandmaster Yang, can you ask your wife to let go of the control of her natal magic weapon and let our golden immortals join in and refine it together? As soon as the words came out, Yang Qin's face became very ugly. Chapter 23:57. These guys were actually after Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map. Thinking about it, it was normal. A spatial magic weapon that could refine a world was also a super magic weapon that could only be encountered in the immortal world, let alone in the spiritual world. It should be known that when Zhou Sheng self-detonated, the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao family relied on another similar spatial magic treasure that had refined a small part of the demon realm to block the self-detonation of a real Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal expert close at hand, and was safe and sound. It was well known that the Earth attribute spatial magic weapon could have considerable defensive ability, but that was just an ordinary spatial magic weapon. Think about a spatial magic weapon that could refine a world. What kind of concept was that? Didn't Yang Qin rely on this to block Zhou Sheng's self-destruction? Although Yang Qin and the others were relatively far away at that time, 100 miles away, at that time the Mountain River geographical map had probably not refined a trace of the demon realm yet. Without refining the Mountain River geographical map of the demon realm, it had such power. It was natural to attract people's attention, especially when this magic weapon was still in the hands of a little girl who seemed to have a good cultivation. Although Gong Sunling was also the famous fairy drifting cloud, after all, Gong Sunling had always been attached to Yang Qin, and her extraordinary martial strength was not very strong. In addition, she came from a small upstart sect like Chunying Palace, so it was inevitable that she was looked down upon. An unprecedented magic weapon was in the hands of a junior at the late Xian Immortal, or at most at the peak of Xian Immortal, and it was revealed. It would no longer be a secret in the future. Even if Gong Sunling could keep this magic weapon in the spiritual world, once she ascended to the immortal world, it was unknown how many cultivators would openly or secretly covet the mountain river geographical map. Instead of giving it to some unknown cultivator, it was better to solve it in the spiritual world. This was the thought of several golden immortal masters. However, when these words were said to Yang Qin, Yang Chen's face darkened on the spot. These guys actually wanted Gong Sunling to let go of the control of the geographical map of the mountains and rivers. How could this be tolerated? The geographical map of mountains and rivers was Gong Sunling's natal magic treasure. What was a natal magic treasure? That was a matter of life and death, something that could not be lost. Usually, there were very few magic treasures that could seriously injure a cultivator. Letting go of control and allowing other cultivators to interfere, what kind of wonderful thing was that? The geographical map of mountains and rivers is my wife's natal magic weapon. Yang Qin couldn't figure out how shameless these guys were to say such a thing. He said with a sullen face and dissatisfaction. Yang Chen wanted to lash out immediately. But on the eve of the battle with the Zhao family, if there was such internal friction, even the Joint Command might not want to see such a situation. A bunch of useless teammates. Yang Qin didn't even know how to describe these guys who came to visit. It was a good situation, but they had to make some messy things, as if they would be uncomfortable if they didn't make some trouble. They were the core executives of the major sect. Using pigs to describe them was a bit demeaning to pigs. However, there was no limit to greedy desire. Yang Chen could imagine how irrational these guys were when they were blinded by desire. Back then, Zhou Sheng and Lin Zongxuan could easily replace sect masterly. So what if the golden immortal experts of other sect did something out of line against the disciples of other sect? What Yang Qin didn't know now was that this matter was caused by these guys in front of him, or was it caused by the golden immortal masters behind them? Or was it caused by the sect masters of the major sects in the Joint Command? At least, none of the sect masters had come forward so far. Only these core and high-level elders had come forward. Moreover, several Dao sects and those who had a close relationship with him, such as Yin Yang Demon School and Wuji Demon School, were not among them. Perhaps this was just a whimsical idea of a few guys. Grandmaster Yang, you must have misunderstood something. Hearing Yang Chen's unhappy tone, Elder Yu laughed and slowly explained, I don't want your wife to hand over the natal magic weapon. I just want to share the control, so that the golden immortal ancestors can help me and speed up the refinement of the demon realm. What he said was dignified, but everyone was a cultivator. Who didn't know the Tao in this? To give up the control of the natal magic weapon, in other words, was to directly open up one's own sea of consciousness, so that the other party could forcibly join in the control of the natal magic weapon. To snatch someone else's natal magic weapon, one had to kill the other party in order to obtain it. Moreover, it had to go through a long period of sacrificial refining and fusion before it could be successful. Back then, Shi Shanshan had only taken the initiative to change a natal flying sword. Until now, she had not completely fused it to the previous state safely. The difficulty was obvious. However, if one took the initiative to open up one sea of consciousness, it was equivalent to cooperating with the other party to snatch one's natal magic weapon. If the other party's spiritual sense was stronger than the magic weapon's owner, it would be easy to snatch it. This was no different from opening the door to a thief. If those golden immortal experts really had no other intentions, it might be able to speed up the refining of the demon realm to a certain extent. However, this was only to a certain extent, unless the other party's cultivation was far higher than Gong Sunling's. The problem was that Gong Sunling was now at the level of peak Xian Immortal. Compared to those golden immortal experts, she was only a step behind. Moreover, this was the result of Gong Sunling's deliberate suppression. If necessary, Gong Sunling could turn herself into a real golden immortal at any time and place, not to mention the cultivation of spiritual sense. Under the situation of dual cultivation of the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra with her husband, Gong Sunling's spiritual sense had long broken through the zenith heaven golden immortal, far surpassing the few golden immortal experts. Now that these guys said that they wanted to help at this time, they could only add a little bit of use, and they might even be a hindrance. After all, her own sea of consciousness was disturbed by the other party, and she had to be on guard, so the efficiency would definitely be reduced. This was also based on the situation that the other party did not have any crooked thoughts. If they had bad intentions, the consequences would be needless to say. I'm afraid it's not very convenient. Yang Qin did not give these guys space to daydream, and directly refused. My wife's cultivation method is special, and the method of refining the natal magic treasure is also different from ordinary people. I'm afraid others can't help much. Thank you for your kind intentions, golden immortal ancestral masters. His words were directly refused, but Yang Qin did not intend to offend these guys in front of him. After all, at this time, everyone still had to work together to deal with the Zhao family. If there was an internal conflict, he was afraid that it would not look good for the joint command. Yang Qin also did not want to carry a bad reputation. He only hoped that after these guys understood his firm refusal, they would stop those messy thoughts. Chapter 2358. In front of a formidable enemy, it was really not suitable for internal strife. Yang Chen's idea was good, but he still underestimated the greed of some people. Master Yang, don't reject it so quickly. Elder Yu still had a smile on his face. For the core higher-ups of the Ghostine sect, it was as easy as eating and drinking to take things out of their pockets with a smile on their face. Being rejected was nothing. They had a lot of excuses. This is related to the overall situation. Master Yang, it's better to think about it. Elder Yu, do you mean that if I don't think about it, it will destroy the overall situation? Yang Chen's face had regained its calmness at this moment. He did not look angry at all. He even asked with a smile. Yang Chen's smile was very light, giving people a feeling that he did not care about anything. Ordinary friends who were familiar with Yang Chen would feel very comfortable when they saw this kind of smile. Those who were not familiar with Yang Chen would have a little resentment towards him, because there seemed to be a faint contempt in his smile. But those who were really familiar with Yang Chen to the extent of intimacy, such as Yang Chen's wives and concubines, when they saw their husband smile, they would be ready to fight, because this smile meant that their husband was already angry, but he was still holding it in. Maybe the next moment, if there was a disagreement or some people were too annoying, it would be the moment when Yang Chen would explode. This is a serious matter. Elder Yu still had a very sincere smile on his face. He said with a smile, Master Yang, don't say things out of anger. Please think about it. After all, this is not just a matter of Chunying Palace, is it? Is this the intention of all the higher-ups of the Joint Command, or just a few of them? Yang Chen did not lose his temper, but asked a question first. Is there a difference? Elder Yu's sincere smile was very annoying at this time, but he still continued as if he did not feel it at all. Believe me, Master Yang, the few golden immortals don't mean anything else. They just want to help. If Master Yang thinks that it is necessary for the higher-ups of the Joint Command to come forward, it is also a small matter. Of course, this is a matter of great importance. I believe Grandmaster Yang will not be able to make a decision immediately. Without waiting for Yang Qin to speak again, Elder Yu took the initiative to stand up and bid farewell, saying, Master, you can think about it first, or discuss it with the others and make a decision as soon as possible. If that's the case, then please forgive this Yang for being slow. See our guests out. Yang Chen also stood up and said without any expression on his face, "From the beginning to the end, the elders of the other sect didn't say anything. Elder Yu was the one who spoke. It seemed that the golden immortal patriarch of the Ghost Yin sect had the most ideas, or it was this guy who started it. The golden immortal experts of the other sect were also tempted. Just now, Elder Yu had also said that it was no longer important whether it was a joint command or not. If a few golden immortal grandmasters had this thought, the sect masters of their sect would have to obediently follow the elders' wishes. Even if this matter was brought to the joint command for discussion, the result would probably not be different. After all, those golden immortal grandmasters were still the main force against the Zhao family. They were unlikely to go against the wishes of these golden immortal grandmasters because of a small Chunying palace and Yangqin. Grandmaster Yang, think about it carefully." When Elder Yu walked out of the door, he did not forget to remind Yang Chen with a smile. Although Chunying Palace seems to have some scale, it is just a tacit agreement for the disciples of Xiantian sect to join. At best, it is just a sect that has just gained a foothold. Grandmaster Yang, don't ruin the future of Chunying Palace because of a moment of impulse. Or maybe we should talk to Palace Master He of Chunying Palace in detail. The threat in these words was very obvious, and he was threatening Yang Chen with the future development of Chunying Palace. From these words, it was clear that he was determined to get it. Judging from Yang Chen's performance in the spiritual world, Yang Chen had always taken good care of his own sect, Chunying Palace. For Chunying Palace, a loyal disciple was definitely a good thing. But on the contrary, the fact that Yang Chen valued Chunying Palace also let people see the way to restrict Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not afraid of these people talking to the head of the palace. He believed that the head of the palace would still give priority to his own opinion. But it was undeniable that these words of Elder Yu really angered Yang Chen. "I don't think I need to think about it." Yang Chen directly gave Elder Yu a clear answer. "I don't agree with this. You guys, please go back. Don't come back to ask for my opinion." He did not expect Yang Chen to give such a reply, and Elder Yu was also very surprised. He thought that with the coercion and temptation, coupled with the golden immortal ancestors and the righteous name of taking the overall situation into consideration, Yang Chen would have to carefully consider the consequences. He did not expect Yang Chen to directly refuse their request. This time, things seemed to be difficult to handle. "Don't be so full of words, Master Yang." The smile on Elder Yu's face did not change. In a demonic sect like the Ghost Yin sect, the most important thing was not to let others see his own thoughts and feelings. In this aspect, he had already reached the point of perfection. Yang Chen's refusal that did not meet his expectations had not moved him to the point of being moved. Whoever drags us down in dealing with the Zhao family is the enemy of the entire spiritual world. Elder Yu smiled lightly and said, "Master Yang is a smart person. You must understand this truth." "Then we will wait and see." Yang Chen retorted without batting an eyelid. "Those who return kindness with enmity will always be evil wherever they go. They won't be able to achieve anything big." The golden immortal experts of the major sect were almost besieged by the experts of the Zhao family previously. It was only when Gong Sunling coincidentally collided with the demon realm refined by the expert from the dragon clan of the Zhao family that the crisis was resolved. At this time, those guys did not say that they were grateful. Instead, they coveted Gong Sunling's natal Dharma treasure. If this was not returning kindness with enmity, what else could it be? That's just what you hypocrites of the Dao sect who claim to be righteous people think. Elder, you would not care about Yang Chen's words. If it was not for the fact that their cultivation realm was lower than Yang Chen's, they would have already taken action. At this time, he could only put down a few tough words. "We are all demons in your eyes. We have never cared about these things." This was not wrong at all. The Ghost Yin sect was originally a demonic sect. The people of the demonic sect had never taken the loyalty and righteousness of the Tao sect to heart. They advocated another set of rules of the jungle. As long as there were enough benefits, why would they return kindness with enmity? Now that the Zhao family was the mortal enemy of the spiritual world, the Tao, demons, and demons that were originally opposing each other joined forces to fight against the enemy. In fact, everyone knew that as long as the Zhao family was eliminated, the spiritual world would probably return to the era where the Tao, demons, and demons sect fought openly and covertly. This was something that had been engraved in his bones and had never changed. Chapter 2359. Only a hot-blooded young man who had only lived for 10 or 20 years in the mortal world would fight without saying a word. For an old monster like Yang Qin, who had lived for more than 3,000 years, he could still restrain himself before falling out with others, although he was still a child to his opponents. As for the opinions of those elders of the sect, Yang Qin didn't bother to say anything at all. His attitude was very clear, which was to refuse, and there was no possibility of compromise. As for Gong Sunling, would she object to her husband's decision? Even if she didn't listen to Yang Qin, would she be willing to hand over the natal magic weapon that she had painstakingly refined with her husband? Of course. Elder Yu of the Ghost Yin sect and several elders who followed him would not let it go. Without Yang Qin pushing for this matter, those people took the initiative to make trouble at the plenary meeting of the Joint Command Conference. It was those people's means to take things by force, but it depended on the time. At this time, all the major sects in the spiritual world were working together to deal with the Zhao family. If they took action against Yang Qin and Chunyang Palace without any excuses, perhaps the top management of the Joint Command Conference would be the first to be unwilling. If they didn't come up with some righteous reasons to suppress Chunyang Palace and Yang Qin, they wouldn't dare to take action casually. As Elder Yu said before, at this time, whoever dared to hold them back would be the enemy of the entire spiritual world. If they didn't take the initiative, whoever took action first would die first. Elder Yu and the others were not qualified to make any suggestions directly at the Joint Command Conference. Their suggestions were conveyed by the suzerains of their respective sect. As soon as the suggestion came out, it directly caused an uproar at the Joint Command Conference. Everyone was a successful cultivator. Who couldn't see the problem in it? They said it in a dignified manner, but in their bones, they didn't hide their greed. In particular, these sect members were either the Dark Sect, the Demon Clan, or the Alliance of Individual Cultivators. They were typical ruthless and two-faced. At most, they could only believe 30% of their words, and this was on the basis that everyone was on the same side. Otherwise, the possibility would be even lower. But at this time, these guys all acted righteously, as if they had always been the representatives of the great and righteous image of serving the public wholeheartedly. None of their words and suggestions mentioned that they might take the opportunity to seize other people's natal magic treasures. They only said that they wanted to help, but it made people unable to refute them for a while, saying that they had ulterior motives. But at this time, everyone should be working together to deal with the Zhao family. If they directly refuted it, the other party would inevitably use it as a pretext to make a fuss. They would say that everyone was gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a lowly person. If a few sect members were to fight, it would probably cause an even bigger incident. Moreover, this suggestion was clearly made by the sect masters of the sect, but anyone with a discerning eye would know that this was the intention of the golden, immortal grandmasters of the sect. Right now, they were the main force to deal with the Zhao family. Their cultivation was high, and their seniority was respected, so their opinions had to be carefully considered. For a time, all the higher-ups of the Joint Command fell silent. Everyone was weighing how to deal with this matter so that it would not affect the situation against the Zhao family. However, not everyone gave face to these sect members. Wang Yong, the representative of the Chunyang Palace, who was sitting at the end of the table, had a bad temper. When these guys just proposed it, he couldn't help it. When he saw that other people were still thinking about it, he suddenly exploded. "Can you be more shameless?" Wang Yong directly said in anger, "You don't even know how to repay the life-saving grace but you are planning to take away other people's natal magic treasures. Admirable. Admirable. If we fight against the Zhao family for such a group of things, then it is better for the Zhao family to unify the spiritual world. Compared with Yang Qin, Wang Yong was even more impatient, and he directly attacked in front of all the sect masters. Originally, if the Joint Command wanted to participate in this kind of meeting, it should be attended by the sect masters of each sect. However, the Chunyang Palace had no right to make suggestions, only the right to listen and know. So it was Wang Yong who was in charge. The words of Wang Yong directly made several sect masters, including the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, blush. Previously, they were still weighing which was more important between these golden immortal masters and the Chunyang Palace. But now these thoughts were directly thrown out of the window. As Wang Yong said, if everyone worked hard and made all kinds of sacrifices to fight against the Zhao family and save this kind of ungrateful guy, it was really better not to save them. Although the way the demon sects did things was like this, and they did not abandon their principles of doing things, but at this time it was not the right time. If they wanted to talk about the rules of the demon sects, they would have to wait until everything was over. At this time, it is not appropriate to do these insignificant things. The chief commander of the Joint Command, the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, spoke, but she did not directly refute the words of the Ghost Een sect master, but expressed her opinion in a more gentle way. It was not an easy thing to coordinate so many super sect and big sect. A fiery temper would definitely not be able to sit as the sect master, let alone the position of the chief commander of the Joint Command. For the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island to say so, it was already a clear statement of her position. She did not support it because it was not appropriate. It was as simple as that. Of course, there was still disdain and anger for this kind of behavior in her heart, but she did not show it. As soon as the island master spoke, the sect masters of the Blue Cloud sect, the Five Elements sect, and the Qingquan sect also echoed. The Tao sect's cultivators had the same view on this point. They could still hold the bottom line in public. Surprisingly, the two demon sects, the sect masters of the Yin Yang Demon School and Wuji Demon School, also supported the opinion of the island master, and their reasons were more direct. They should not do this. This would make the entire spiritual world cultivators who participated in the war against the Zhao family bitterly disappointed. The stance of these two sects was surprising, but it was also reasonable. Although they were demon sects, these two sects had a very close relationship with Yangqin. The great elder of Yin Yang Demon School, Lady Fanghua, and her 30 beautiful disciples were Yang Chen's concubines, and Yu, the son of the next sect master of Wuji Demon School, Yi Jinxiong, was a pro-disciple of Yang Qin. The demon clan Samsara Valley also expressed their support for the island master, which was a little surprising. However, the sect master of the Ghost Een sect was also surprised. When Elder Yu and the others contacted in private, the Samsara Valley expressed that they would not participate and support it. At this time, it was just a public statement of their position. It was just that these sects' appearance showed that they did not support it, and the pressure on the Ghost Een sect side was great. After all, the golden immortal ancestors of these sects were still there. If the strength of the two sides was really compared, it was almost a tie between those who supported and those who did not support. It was not an easy thing to obtain a moral high ground on the head of the Joint Command. Chapter 2360. In fact, in the end, it was still a matter of strength. The Ghost Een sect dared to stand up like this because there were several golden immortal masters standing behind them. Sometimes, the words of these people really had to be considered. Those sect whose golden immortal masters had already died, such as the Great Wilderness sect, did not speak from beginning to end, as if they were in Chunyang Palace, only listening and not speaking, only retaining the right to know. Could it be that the kindness of our golden immortal masters is disheartened because of a word that it is not suitable? Of course, the sect master of the Ghost Een sect would not give up. He immediately said with a sullen face, "Does Grandmaster Yang think that he can solve the Zhao family by himself?" Grandmaster Yang never said that. The island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island shook her head directly. On the contrary, the golden immortal masters of your sect seem to be a bit anxious. If you really want to help, you should take advantage of the opportunity when the golden immortal masters of the Zhao family are not on the battlefield, and kill some of their ordinary masters. This is more meaningful for us, and maybe we can even force their golden immortal masters to come out. The reason why this suggestion was made was that the golden immortal masters of the Zhao family had not appeared, so the Ghost Yin sect united with several sect. They all felt that this was the golden immortal masters of the Zhao family helping the master of the dragon clan to refine the demon realm, so they had an excuse to come forward to help. If we can't even accept this kind of kindness, I'm afraid our golden immortal masters will be very unhappy. The sect master of the Ghost Yin sect was not afraid to make things big. Originally, he was not convinced when the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island won the position of commander-in-chief. Now, if he could take the opportunity to get the island master down, it would not be a bad thing. In terms of the golden immortal masters, there were 8 who supported the Ghost Yin sect, and only 7 who supported the Chunyang Palace. The Ghost Yin sect had the upper hand. If they really made a fuss, the result was really not certain which side would win. Perhaps the 2 sides should be evenly matched. Don't forget, there was Elder Yao of the Black Tortoise Academy in the Chunyang Palace, who was a proper golden immortal. However, because the Xuanwu Academy in the spiritual world had defected to the enemy, he had nowhere to go and was arranged to stay in the Chunyang Palace, eating the food of Chunyang Palace. He naturally couldn't mess with Chunyang Palace. Thinking about it, Elder Yao would definitely support Chunyang Palace and Yangqin. In that case, it would be 8 against 8, evenly matched. Don't bring up the golden immortal grandmasters. The island master was not a pushover. If she still showed weakness at this time, her reputation within the United Command sect would be ruined. No one in the sect would listen to her anymore. Let's talk until the heavens are broken. If the other party is not willing, then no one should have any other thoughts. If someone acts on their own and causes Grandmaster Yang to withdraw from the fight for the demon world with the Zhao family out of anger, who can bear the responsibility? Without waiting for the sect masters to speak, the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island asked the most direct question. At that time, which of your golden immortal sect can deal with the master of the Zhao family? This was the crux of the problem. Gong Sunling was now the most important weapon to deal with the master of the Zhao family dragon clan. The Mountain River geographical map was also the only magic weapon that could fight against the space magic weapon of the Zhao family. If Gong Sunling gave up, all the sect present would not be able to bear the consequences. Several golden immortal masters were also greedy and wanted to take the opportunity to seize it. They didn't think about such a deep problem. At this time, when the island master brought it up, the sect masters of the sect, who shouted the fiercest, suddenly became silent. The problem is that with Fairy Luyun's cultivation base, she is at a disadvantage in the battle with the Zhao family for the demon world. The sect master of another sect next to her pondered for a while and said, "Can we only watch us fall into a disadvantage and let the Zhao family take advantage of us? Knowing that we will fail if this continues, shouldn't the island master consider how to win in defeat? Using a spear to attack a shield. This was the cleverness of this guy. Everyone established the joint command to integrate the power of the spiritual realm and win the war with the Zhao family. But now it was obvious that Gong Sunling was not the opponent of the other party. If they didn't make some improvements, it would be unreasonable. The joint command could be said to exist in name only. Everyone fell silent again and began to seriously think about how to solve the current situation. Even Grandmaster Wang Yong couldn't make a guarantee in the face of this problem. After all, no one knew the true power of the Mountain River geographical map, so no one dared to make a guarantee. Just as everyone in the joint command was discussing the problem, more than a dozen golden immortal masters were also arguing together. It was still the golden immortal master of the Ghost Yin sect who took the lead. However, The conversation between these masters was not as secretive as it was in the Joint Command, but went straight to the point. The mountain river geographical map is such an important thing. It can't be in the hands of a little girl with insufficient cultivation base. The golden immortal of the Ghostine sect said directly, "We must ensure that the most important thing is always in our hands. Only then can we have the hope of defeating the Zhao family. Each of us can take action and fight for it, no matter who gets the chance." The golden immortal of the Ghostine sect continued, "Whether Chunying Palace or Yangchen agrees or not, it must be done. Unless we are willing to accept the reality that the Zhao family rules the spiritual realm, we can only do our best to fight for it." It sounds so nice, but isn't it because you want the magic treasure of others? Elder Su of Wuji Demon School snorted coldly and said, "Don't think so highly of yourself. Don't we know what kind of person you are? Of course I have selfish motives, and I have never denied it. The people of the Demon Gate had an advantage. That was, they never hid their viciousness and greed." The golden immortal of the Ghostine sect admitted with a smile. "But have you never been tempted? Don't tell me you have never had any thoughts." Everyone had the idea, but the difference was whether they had implemented it or not. However, the golden immortals of the Tao Gate suppressed the greed in their hearts out of morality and their own principles. Yin Yang Demon School and Samsara Valley were unwilling to become enemies with Yangchen. As for Grandmaster Su of Wuji Demon School, he simply did not dare to have more ideas. Yangchen had a woman wearing a veil made by that person. In the battle of Xiantian sect, there was also a golden immortal expert and several experts of the Dragon Clan who helped. Not to mention the latter, the mysterious woman alone was enough to make Grandmaster Su behave when facing Yangchen. If Elder Yao of Xuanwu Academy was here, he would definitely have the same idea as Grandmaster Su. Daring to touch the brain of Yangchen's wife's life source magic weapon. How big of a string in his brain was this wrong to have such a thought? Do you want to control a few more golden immortal slaves? At this moment, Yangchen was asking Gong Sunling, "They have taken the initiative to send themselves to me. I can't refuse." Chapter 2361. The debate over the Joint Command continued, but Wang Yong of the Chunyang Palace was temporarily deprived of the right to speak because of his repeated rude remarks. Wang Yong was sealed in a small seal formation by several Xian immortal masters. He could hear and see, but he couldn't express his thoughts. Even though Grand Master Wang Yong had also obtained the Heavenly Yuan Pill, it was still too early. His cultivation level was just nearing the Heaven Immortal level, and he was still far from it. In front of so many Heaven Immortals and Xian Immortals, Grand Master Wang Yong had almost no power to resist. In fact, even if Wang Yong wanted to express something, not many people would care. This world was very realistic. There was the existence of morality. But what was more decisive was power and strength, not the public opinion of 1 or 2 weak people. In fact, what Wang Yong wanted to say, which of the senior executives of the Joint Command didn't know. It was nothing more than scolding the Ghostine faction for being ungrateful and protecting the interests of their own disciples. Over and over again, there were only these 2 points and nothing else. Asking Grandmaster Wang Yong to be muted was also the collective idea of the higher-ups. Muting was muting, but it did not deprive Wang Yong of the right to listen. This was the Joint Command, and the senior executives who participated had made a heart demon oath. Of course, they would not casually violate it. The focus of the problem now was still on the use of Gong Sunling's magic weapon. The island master felt that they should let nature take its course, and then the major sect would continue to work hard to find a way. On the other hand, the Ghostine sect thought that the Golden Immortal Masters should take action to help Gong Sunling overcome the difficulties and increase the odds of winning. Basically, everyone occupied half of it. Although it was not to the point of quarreling, there was also a kind of tense atmosphere. Why do you say that Gong Sunling is at a disadvantage? The island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island was now basically on the side of Yangqin, and the question given was very direct. Gong Sunling and the other party are evenly matched. The Golden Immortal Masters have seen it with their own eyes. How can you say that she is at a disadvantage? Because of the relationship with Shi Shanshan, the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island valued Yangqin very much. This was basically the case for all the sects of the Tao sections. Each sect had disciples who were Yangqin's wives and concubines. It could be said that their relationship was very close, and Yangqin also gave them a lot of face. The key was that Yangqin's growth potential was amazing. Even from the reality, the Tao sects did not want to offend Yangqin, who was also from the Tao sects. One reason for the Ghost Yin sect to take action was that Gong Sunling was at a disadvantage. In order to ensure the victory of the spiritual world, the Golden Immortal Masters must help. But if this assumption was not established, why should the Golden Immortal Grandmasters take over the natal Dharma treasures of others when they had the upper hand or tied? This point could not be refuted by the Ghost Yin sect. At that time, even those Golden Immortal Masters had to admit that it was Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map that saved them. Moreover, in the space collision with the master of the Zhao family, the Mountain River geographical map was indeed on par. Moreover, just from the time when the two sides began to refine the demon realm, Gong Sunling was not at a disadvantage at all. The Zhao family had been plotting the demon realm for more than 10 or 20,000 years. Everything had been arranged earlier, and Gong Sunling had only been refining the demon realm for a few decades, and she already had such a capital to fight against the other party. In time, it was not impossible for Gong Sunling to gain the upper hand. Since the other party could gain the upper hand without help, why should others intervene? Not only should they share most of the credit, but they also had ulterior motives and wanted to seize the other party's life source magic weapon? Not to mention Yangqin, if the other party was replaced by the people of the Ghost Yin sect, they would not agree. However, since they had made up their minds, these cultivators would not flinch because of a trivial reason. Immediately, the sect master of the Ghost Soul sect said, "You can't say that. The Zhao family has been plotting the demon realm for many years, and Gong Sunling has only refined the demon realm for a few decades. How can it be compared with the other party? This is the Zhao family's delaying tactic, deliberately misleading us and letting us be deceived. For the sake of insurance, it is better to let the Golden Immortal Ancestors join in. In addition, even if it is really a tie with the participation of the Golden Immortal Ancestors, the advantage will be more obvious, and the certainty of the decisive battle will be greater. Isn't it better for the spiritual realm?" The sect master of the Ghost Yin sect then said, "Do you not want to see our spiritual realm cultivators gain the upper hand and eliminate the Zhao family as soon as possible?" This was a big hat which was useless to the people of the demon sects, because they never cared about reputation and integrity, but for the cultivators of the Tao sects, it was the principle and bottom line that must always be adhered to. If they carried this hat, they would be condemned by the cultivators of the entire spiritual realm, and it would make the sect masters of the several Tao sects speechless. This is not a reason. The island master shook his head directly and said in a cold voice, "If someone in the spiritual realm is dissatisfied, he can come to my Green Jade Immortal Island to reason. I will definitely give him a satisfactory answer." The other party was pestering endlessly, and the island master also directly used a big move. If they were dissatisfied, the Green Jade Immortal Island would accept it. As soon as the island master said this, Wang Yong, who was in the seal, directly gave the island master 2 thumbs up, nodded frequently, and agreed. The leaders of the other Taoist sects were also supportive of the idea. Even the leaders of the Yin-Yang Demon sect and Limitless Demon sect were in agreement. In that case, let's talk about the real reason. At this point, the sect master of the Ghost Yin sect also knew the firm attitude of the Tao sects and several other sects to support Yangqin and Chuning Palace. So he offered the real trump card. To be honest, whether it is Master Yang or Gong Sunling, they are all disciples of Chuning Palace. Chuning Palace, we can't believe it. What do you mean? The island master was angry. What did he mean by Chunying Palace? Can't believe it. Could it be that Chunying Palace had a secret relationship with the Zhao family? Wang Yong, who was in the seal, was even more angry. If he had not been sealed by the formation, it was estimated that he would have rushed out and made a move. The island master stared straight at the sect master of the Ghosteen sect and said in a deep voice, "Make it clear." "It's good to make it clear." The sect master of the Ghosteen sect stood up. "Everyone, Chunying Palace has long delineated the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and the Hatred Sea as their territory. This is well known. In fact, from the beginning, in addition to these places, Master Yang also chose several other places as alternatives. I believe you all know that, right?" This thing had happened, and everyone knew that even the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and the Hatred Sea were obtained by Chunying Palace under the mediation of several Dao sects, super sect at that time. It was undeniable. But none of these places has been affected by the devil tribulation. The sect master of the Ghosteen sect said with a sneer, "What's more coincidental is that these places happen to be on the edge of the devil tribulation. Isn't this too coincidental?" Chapter 2362. In the past, everyone had always thought that Yangqin had no choice but to get the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and Separation Hatred Sea for Chunying Palace. But later, it turned out to be a blessing for Chunying Palace. This small territory not only had enough spiritual veins, but also was not affected by the devil tribulation. During the devil tribulation, the demon beasts just rushed to Sheeping Mountain in front of the Sunset Rock, and Sheeping Mountain happened to be blocked by the courtyards of the 5 Taoist sect, making the territory of Chunying Palace completely the safest rear. Coincidentally, the branch of the 5 Taoist sect in Sheeping Mountain was also opened under the temptation of the huge mineral resources and spiritual veins given by Yangqin. If people only thought that Chunying Palace was lucky before, now hearing the words of the Lord of the Ghosteen sect, combined with the previous news, they carefully reviewed the places that Yangqin had planned to get. As the Lord of the Ghosteen sect said, those places happened to be places that were not affected by the devil tribulation. That was to say, no matter which place Yangqin chose as the mountain gate of Chunying Palace at that time, it would not be affected by the devil tribulation. This was indeed a little too coincidental. So coincidental that people had to suspect that there was something wrong with it. In addition, Master Yang once unsealed 8 Xian Immortal Masters and a dragon puppet from various places. Obviously, the Lord of the Ghosteen sect had done enough work before, and put forward all his doubts. The 8 Xian Immortal Masters happened to be distributed at the edge of the outbreak of the devil tribulation. Isn't this too coincidental? The dragon puppet was controlled by the Morong sisters at that time, so when they explained to the 5 Element sect, they did not conceal the place of unsealing. Even the place of unsealing the dragon puppet was not concealed, and the others were naturally not extremely confidential. After the devil tribulation, under the intention of all parties to inquire, the girls did not keep it a secret. Now these things were put together and summed up, there were indeed some problems in the things revealed. At this time, even the island master could not directly speak for Yangqin. Several other lords who had originally supported Yangqin also fell silent and began to ponder. What's there to think about? The representative of Chunying Palace is here. Can't we just ask him to explain? Seeing this, the leader of the Ghosteen sect laughed. He did not hide the complacency in his heart and showed it all on his face. Before the island owner made a decision, he directly targeted Wang Yong, who was sealed and could not speak. Grandmaster Wang Yong's seal was undone, allowing him to speak. However, he was only limited to explaining these coincidences and couldn't talk about anything else. Everyone's gaze was focused on Grandmaster Wang Yong's face, waiting for him to explain. However, Grandmaster Wang Yong's face was filled with disdain. He looked at the sect leader of the Ghosteen sect as if he was looking at a despicable person. What's there to explain? Grandmaster Wang Yong's tone was exactly the same as that of the Lord of the Ghosteen sect. Then it immediately turned into disdain. We are lucky, can't we? I'm afraid luck can't be explained away. Since he had shown his cards, the Lord of the Ghost Insect was not so anxious. Instead, he calmed down and said, if he didn't know the news of the devil tribulation in advance, how could he do this? So what if he knew it in advance? Grand Master Wang Yong was not afraid of making things worse. He admitted directly, yes, our Chunyang Palace knew this in advance. What does it have to do with you? If he didn't collude with the Zhao family, how could he know this in advance? The Lord of the Ghost Insect immediately seized the topic. In fact, Chunyang Palace has always been inextricably linked with the Zhao family, right? Just when all the sect in the spiritual realm were working together to fight against the Zhao family, Grand Master Wang Yong suddenly admitted that he had known about the devil tribulation for a long time, which immediately caused the whole united command to talk about it. Now everyone knew that the devil tribulation of the spiritual realm was a disaster caused by the Zhao family. Some sect leaders looked at Grand Master Wang Yong with hostility. Knowing this means that he colluded with the Zhao family. The disdain in Grand Master Wang Yong's eyes became more and more intense, and even with a hint of sarcasm, he said, my sect's disciple, Yang Qin, directly destroyed the manor of the Zhao family in the mortal world. The entire manor of the Zhao family is in the hands of my sect. Is it strange to know something about the Zhao family? As soon as they heard the reason given by Grand Master Wang Yong, most of the cultivators in the United Command suddenly understood. The manor of the Zhao family was seized by Yang Qin, and there were some unique records in it. It was not a big deal that Yang Qin and Chunying Palace knew about it. Since you knew it, why didn't you inform us in advance so that we could avoid losses? When the Lord of the Ghostine sect saw that the thing he had carefully prepared was refuted in an instant, he was anxious and hurriedly asked. This guy had evil intentions. In his questioning, he involved all the sect members. Most of the sect members in the spiritual realm and the devil realm had suffered heavy losses. His question really aroused the common hatred of everyone, and they looked at Grand Master Wang Yong with even more hostility. If Yang Chen had reminded them a little, many sect members would not have suffered heavy losses. This was indeed a painful memory that none of the sect members were willing to recall. Now that the past was mentioned again, especially when they knew that there might have been a chance that all this would not have happened, everyone felt even more uncomfortable. Are you my son or my grandson? At that time, we were hunted down and didn't even have a place to stay. Which one of you said anything? Why should we tell you the great benefits? Grand Master Wang Yong would not fall for his trick. He replied, tit for tat. Besides, let me tell you, who knows if you colluded with the Zhao family at that time? Who knows if the guys around you were spies of the Zhao family? Tell you, so that you could prepare to disclose it to the Zhao family in advance? Grand Master Wang Yong's answer just hit the sore spot of the Lord of the Ghost Insect. One of his confidants was a spy of the Zhao family, and he had been found out and executed. Now Grand Master Wang Yong said so. It was clear that he was provoking him. Everyone knew why the Chunyang Palace wanted to seek territory at that time. It was because they were hunted down and didn't even have a place to stay. After the palace master and the others ascended, they were suppressed and chased by a subsidiary sect of the Xiantian sect, Chimen sect. Similarly, none of the major sects reached out to help. Thinking about it, in that case, why should the Chunyang Palace tell them this kind of news? As Wang Yong said just now, you are not my son or grandson. Why should I give you the benefits? In this way, the Chunyang Palace and Yang Qin would at most have a reputation of not reporting it. By the way, they could use this to obtain a little benefit for their own sect. It was really not a sin. The major sects were not the emperors of the spiritual world. If all the benefits were not given to them, it would be a sin of 9 familial extermination. It's better to remind them. Even the island master smiled bitterly and said with a little complaint, "Isn't the reminder enough?" Grand Master Wang Yong didn't care about this and asked loudly, "If it weren't for Yang Chen's reminder, would you have Sheeping Mountain Courtyard for all your disciples to stay?"